Tough to keep up with, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Maya's performing really well in practice, but in the actual races, he has a little bit.
This is the gateway that creates an artificial black hole, which allows the ship to travel to any point in space.
Black hole, the most destructive force in the universe. And you've created one.
Togs in the place, gas by the waist, ready to go mad, start shooting up the place. We don't give a fuck what you say, what you think, cause right about now, my dogs, we're on the brink. In the place, with cats by the waist, ready to go mad, start shooting up the place. We don't give a fuck what you say, what you think, cause right about now, my dogs, we're on the brink. Now, my dogs, we're on the brink.
cross constructions.
I've got something I want to tell you, and I want you to listen.
precision.
Deutsch als Fremdsprache, erste Lektion. Guten Tag.
my family. This is my family. My wife, my son, my daughter and I. I am Mrs. Black. My wife is Mr. Black. I am Mr. Black's husband. We have 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy's name is John. He's 12 years old. The girl's name is Mary. She's still quite young. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am a woman. My wife is a man. He's 12 years old. I am daughter and I. My wife has 2 children, a boy and a girl. I am daughter and I. My wife, 2 children, a boy and a girl.
After he breaks your heart, then you'll be sad, and your teardrops start. Then you know how
Hello. We're supposed to start the graphics compo soon. In about 1 minute. So meanwhile, Genio is gonna sing a medley for us.
Welcome to Assembly 2003, soundtrack by Sumo Lounge. In the house, you know, Lobby Productions got it all. They always finish second. They're all truly the best lovers. With you, the nice soundtrack of Sumo Lounge, which coincidentally is the first track of Demo Vibes. I wonder why we're playing Demo Vibes again. That's a good question. You can try to understand why. Well, we didn't prepare another mix for the graphics compo, so here it is again. This mix for your listening pleasure. Now I don't know why we're not starting, because it's already 4 o'clock, so we could start now the demo. We can be the most amazing time slot in the world.
Okay, so first entry for the graphics compo Inércia Demoparty 2021. We have Suncat by Logiker, which is for the C64, so I will play it using Vice, which I had prepared here. I don't know why I'm opening the stuff. I have a shortcut. You can switch to my view, Genio, if you want. Bam! Suncat by Logiker. Everybody, please, round of applause. I don't know how to zoom in using Vice, so I'm not going to. But thank you for your submission, Logiker. Cool to see patchy art. Live voting is open, so please go vote. If you don't have a vote key, bother Alien, because me and Genio are a bit busy. But Alien should be able to give you a key. Next entry. It's by this guy PS, no clue who that is. And it's made using Deep Dream Generator. Original photo by from Pexels. The power of neural networks, behold. Well, we can zoom and see all the artifacts that the neural networks leave upon us. And she's smoking and everything.
What? What you doing this to me? It's on purpose.
It's like on theme. Okay, next. Next entry, it's also for the C64. Although we do have steps, so I can show the steps and then show on the C64. You can switch. So these are the steps. Patchy art in live development. Let's do an animation video out of this. Okay. And now let's see it on actual, well, not actual, but emulated view. What did I do? Press Alt Enter on wrong place. There we go. Thank you so much, Logiker. Happy corn is the best corn. Next slide, please. Alien is our intern. He still has a few things to learn. After 2 years of Inércia, he doesn't know to wait until the slide is on screen before changing. Next entry, Witch Raccoon by Raccoon Violet. Happy Halloween from Violet. We have some steps. You can show. You have some steps. And the final version. Actually, this is the 5th step. This is the final version. Looks a lot like the 5th step, though. Thank you, Raccoon Violet, for your submission. Next up, Happy Halloween by Amazing Goose. I wonder if this will feature geese or not. We have some steps as well for this one. A pumpkin was made in Blender. There we go, the geese. The geese with a hat and some path tracing, apparently, rendering. And that's the last step. Let's see the final form. There we go. Round of applause, please. Great work, Emma. Next slide, or next entry. We have entry number 6, Inércia the 20th anniversary by Harvest PT. First entry in a demo party ever. Special thanks to PS Engenio. Harvest, I known Harvest for 20 years. He was the co-founder of Enough Records. It's the first time he submits to a demo party. So that worked. Let's see, we have some steps as well. This is pixel art. And this is the final form, ×3. Nice pixel artwork. Thank you so much, Harvest, for your submission. Next entry. Drone D by NCG Zero Shift. Change. Here we go. Made in. Kind of. No. Blender. Made in Blender. Thank you so much, Zero Shift, for your participation. And did you do it while we were playing the drone music compo? Okay, so heavily inspired by the drone music compo. Cool Gradient by Viral Box. We have some steps, which we may show. Sorry, Gino is complaining that people need to read. He's right. Steps, step, 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 more steps, and more steps. Okay, this is final step. I'm going to run this on C64 because it's for C64, so I'm going to run it on Vice. Cool Gradient PRG. Bam! Please, a round of applause. Thank you for your gradient submission, Viral Box. And that's the end of the graphics compo. Thank you, everybody who participated. You can vote. Don't forget to vote. It's important to vote. We are going to have 2 more categories being shown on this compo block. The next one is the photo compo. Any moment now. Which was your favorite from the previous compo? Let us know on the chat. We are ready. So entry number 1. Entry number 1, Paper Move by Brittle of Dentifrice. Paper crafting is easy, they said. It will be fun, they said. Taken with his iPhone, retouched with a vivid, warm filter applied to it. Original untouched photo included inside the archive. Round of applause, please. Next entry, Gaia something. Gaia Porto, maybe?
Fractalia.
Gaia Fractalia by Totetmat. Shader Toy was down for maintenance. No problem. Nature has good shaders, but Shader Boy can export. Technically speaking, this might... No, never mind. I'm stupid. Never mind. Next entry. I was going to say this should be on the photo compo. We are in the photo compo. After one beer, this is what happens to PS. Next entry, Aparição by Grey Fox. It means the apparition. If you don't know what it means in Portuguese. Here we go. Thank you for your submission. Very Halloween themed. Here's the zoom. The Genio needed some zoom. Okay. Zoom on cue with a sound bite. Next entry. Kittens by Evil of Accession. Taken with Xiaomi Mi 5S Plus Untouched. And some stuff. Greetings from Accession and Glens. Okay, who wants the black and white one? Okay, thank you for your entry. That was entry number 4. Now for entry number 5, we have Ryu no Atago the Dragon Pond by Louisa of Pooh Brain and Rabenaug. Nice. Only Japan makes it possible. I think it was Japan. Only Berlin makes it possible to have Japanese themed balls and lights, I think those are. Very nice. Next entry. Entry number 6. We have Snacks by Black Pawn. There we go. Traditional American food, nachos. Glorious nachos. Zoom to the tomato. Who wants to see what tomatoes are made of? What a gorgeous tomato we'd have there. Thank you so much for your nachos. I am starting to get hungry now. Next entry. Luckily no beetroot in my nachos by Senor Mali. Jim made me upload this. Apparently we have a nacho showdown. With pickles? Okay. Entry number 7. Definitely getting hungry. Nachos by Cranksky. Saludos a mis amigos en Nachos. Si a ti te gusta, a mí me encanta. ¿Dónde está tu nacho? Con cerveza modelo negra. Uy, qué guapo. Mira mi nacho, coberto de quejo. El queso está viejo y putrido en mi nacho. Y un balueno. How do you say balloon? Oh no, that's the glass of the beer. Okay. Es un balón. Balón de cerveza, tío. Vale. Si a ti te gusta, a mí me encanta. Ahora estoy mismo con hambre. Entrada número 9. Death by Technology by Lucas Bogus. Remote submission from Poland. Gino is giving you the fun fact of the day. That is Chopin in the background, if you don't know. Lucas won the Inércia Demoparty 2 years ago with photo compo as well, or the graphics compo that had combined photos, I believe. So thank you for your returned patronage to our competition. We have more entries, yes we do. Number 10, a bokeh deck by NC Zero Shift. The focus point of these old Russian lenses in low light is impossible to figure out. This is easy to figure out, you just zoom in, see, and it's focused now. I forgot to zoom in on the previous entry. Ah, shit. Now we have to run the whole combo again. So I can forget to zoom in on other different entries. Entry number 11, Untitled by Chernobyl. It's untitled. Kinda looks like a football field. Could be a handball field as well. Nice. Thank you so much. Next. We have Colorful Finnish Autumn by Nosfe. There's some blueberries, maybe? Some kind of berries. There are a lot of berries in Finland. Very nice contribution. Thank you, Nosfe. I forgot to zoom in. I need to zoom in. There's the berries in all their glory. Okay. Next. At the end of the photo compo. Thank you everybody for your participation. We have one more compo to run on this block, which is the executable graphics. For those who don't know what executable graphics is, it is an executable file that you run on your computer and it gives you a black screen for like 20 seconds and then magic appears because out of 4 kilobytes an image appears in front of you and it's beautiful to behold. We had more than 3 entries for this particular competition, so we decided to have its own compo and it will start now. First entry is Evoke by NR4. And you can switch because I want people to see the runtime that it takes to actually launch. This actually is a fixed version because there was this bug with the drivers. Anyways, it's running. Any moment now. Any moment now. The tension is killing me. I swear this worked before. There we go. Thank you for your submission, NR4. Next up, we have entry number 2, Caffeinate by P. Malin of BitShifters. It comes with a history. I can show you just you can switch. Has a history of work in progress. I guess I can show them real quick. Just gonna skim through it. So the whole history. And now let's see the actual final executable being executed. Any moment now. There we go. Path tracing lorry. It's a shame that I can't zoom in, otherwise I would show the logo emanating from the coffee. Huh? Nice touch there. Very nice. Thank you for your submission. And logo on the bottom left as well. It's almost as if you reused the same thing. Very good entry. Thank you so much. Next up, we have entry number 3. Inércia! By Totet Mat. Yep. Sucks to be you. Can you switch so I can run it?
No, I can't switch. Don't fucking scream on my microphone.
Okay, no more screaming in the microphone of Genio. Oh, it's the ID logo again. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Totat Matt, for your submission. That was entry number 3 of the executable graphics. One more entry, Ice Cream by Mountain God. And there's the final version for this one. Fun story before I run this. When we were testing this earlier today, we had white screens on all of the entries. They were like, oh, there's something wrong. Maybe our graphics card is malfunctioning somehow. And that would be nice, having a malfunctioning 3080 Ti. That would be really fun. Turns out it was the drivers. They did some update a couple weeks ago that changed some stuff, and frag color is no longer allowed, and nothing was running, so we had to use older versions of the drivers. Anyways, there was a final version fix, and I'm running it now. Just blossom. There we go. Ice Cream. Okay. Next, it's the end of the executable graphics compo. Vote, vote, vote. Don't forget to vote. That's the end of this compo block. We will have the seminar coming up in about 40 minutes. So we're going to play a few more demos while we set things up. Don't forget to vote. It should be open for voting now. So yeah, enjoy.
Nothing is as hard as me. Hiding in the dark, you see. Every turn I take is fast. Every move cannot be surprised. Chill like you never feel, like you never live, like you never did before. Every moment will be lost. Only I can know the cost. I am pulling all the strings. I can make you chill like you never feel, like you never live, like you never did before. Once you know what I control, I have power over your soul. Unless you see that all I do can never be surpassed by you.
Lego is well known as a
are preparing. If will be possible, they are preparing to continue again. They are preparing. If will be possible.
We are preparing to continue again the party if it will be possible.
If will be possible to continue again to fight against certain regime and to achieve our goal, which is a key stumbling block.
Okay, guys, it's 1 minute to go for our second and last seminar at Inércia Demoparty 2001. 21, sorry.
Starting demo vibes to
Alright, guys, here we go. I give you Boo 342 with a seminar.
Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to my little seminar on Nintendo 64 homebrew game development. The original intention was to do this on the console itself, but due to issues with the hardware that I bought to get it from RCA to HDMI, it was exactly what I paid, so the quality fantastic. So instead we're going to be doing this seminar on an emulator, which is not as good, but I mean, it's better than having no seminar. Just in case, I have prepared a PowerPoint backup, and if my computer decides to completely die, then I also have an interpretive dance. So anyway, let's go into the wonderful, wonderful world of Nintendo 64 homebrew development. First, a very brief introduction. My name is Lorian Suarez, although you might know me more by the name Boo342. Pronounce that however you want. That can be BUU342, Boo342, whatever's more fun for you. I'm a computer science student. I started Nintendo 64 development more or less around early 2018. I'm mostly known for a little project of mine involving a little bird. Since then, I've been trying to improve the general development scene I've made tools, I've written guides, I've even released like a multi-part series describing the development of the Little Bird project. I've written USB debugging libraries, texture converters, and most recently I've released an animation plugin and library for Blender that allows you to have fully animated models on the X64 without much trouble. I do open source everything that I do, literally everything. Thankfully, working on a Nintendo 64 game, it's a lot more accessible now, and that's generally my idea. But the key word there is accessible, not necessarily easier. Because you see, the Nintendo 64 was quite difficult, so much so that the hardware development chief at the time, Genyo Takeda, he referred to the system's programming challenges by the word hanzei, which means reflective regret, hence the name of this presentation. It's probably not as hard as something like the PlayStation 2, which has 10 different processors, or the Sega Saturn, which instead of using triangles, it uses quadrilateral meshes. It has insanely tight timings between its 8 processors. It's a mess. But, I mean, it's very challenging for someone who's never done embedded systems development before. And it's kind of been getting harder and easier as time has gone on. We'll get into that a little bit better. Frankly, honestly, I think there'd be an alternate universe where instead of me giving you this seminar, I'd instead be giving you this. But anyway, let's talk about why this is the case. The challenges that all developers, and you, if you're interested in N64 development, will have to face, the history, and the future. And obviously, you're going to be getting this seminar from someone who not only drank the Kool-Aid, but is also actively helping produce it. So after that little intro, you're kind of wondering why on earth anyone would want to do this to themselves? Well, first of all, the N64 was kind of in like that time where you can make an entire game by yourself in a reasonable time frame and not have it look too out of place because the games aren't super, graphically complex. There's absolutely no assembly experience required. It helps for debugging or disassembling your code, but it's not needed at all. You don't really need any special hardware or anything. You just need to get a flash cart, or just don't, but trust me, get a flash cart. And getting an N64 is $70 on eBay with a controller, so it's relatively cheap. And honestly, it feels awesome to get your code running on the system. I think anyone that's ever done any sort of homebrew will agree with that. So first, let's talk about the hardware. It's a little bit boring, I'm sorry, but it's kind of a necessary evil. The hardware was designed by Silicon Graphics, which were the leaders of computer graphics at the time. It was very ahead of its curve, retailing at about $250. Now, I could spend years talking about every little minute detail of the N64 because the community has done a fantastic job of reverse engineering the protocols, decapping chips, but today I'm going to be focusing on the 3 main components that the programmers only need to worry about, and that is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So, the CPU. It's a derivative of MIPS R4300. It has some slightly modified pinouts and clock rate. It runs at 93.75 megahertz, has a 16 kilobyte instruction cache. It's relatively good at doing floating point arithmetic. Sometimes it's actually faster than fixed point arithmetic. It's 64-bit, hence why it was called the Nintendo 64. But the system bus is 32 bits wide, so games are designed with 32-bit calling conventions to maximize performance. So the whole 64 thing is kind of marketing junk, but at the same time, it's also not, I wanted to get some GoldenEye music for this, but I didn't have time to set up audio. RAM. So the RAM is 250 megahertz Rambus DRAM, or RDRAM for short. It's 4 megabytes split into 1 megabyte banks, but it's actually 4.5 megabytes because it's actually 9-bit RAM. The 9th bit is used for anti-aliasing and Z buffering by the RCP, but it's not exposed to the programmer, so he doesn't need to worry about it. The data bus is 8 bits, 9 bits, obviously. It unfortunately has a really high access latency, but it can peak at about 562.5 megabytes per second. it literally stores everything because the N64 uses a unified memory architecture. And it can be expanded over to 8 megabytes using an expansion pack, which you can slot into your N64. The RCP, it's a magical black box made by Silicon Graphics. It does pretty much everything that's related to what will come out of your TV, so that includes audio, graphics. It can also do I/O and a bunch of other things. It runs parallel to the CPU at 62.5 megahertz. Has absolutely no documentation whatsoever because Nintendo was afraid that competitors would steal their design. And it's split into 3 main parts, which I'll only be focusing on 2 of them, which is the Reality Display Processor and the Reality Signal Processor, RDP, RSP for short. The I/O isn't really super important for the programmer, so I'm not gonna really focus on it. The first part, the Reality Display Processor, it is a fixed pipeline rasterizer and shader. It can do Z buffering, MIP mapping, anti-aliasing, pretty much all sorts of cool high-end stuff that was kind of rare at the time. It has a 4 kilobyte instruction cache. It has a 4 kilobyte texture cache, which is really small. We'll get into that in a bit. And unfortunately, it needs to be manually synced. So anytime that you change anything on DRDP, you need to manually call a pipeline sync command. It can reach 640 by 480, although typically games ran at 320 by 240, because most games were fill rate limited at the time, not really geometry limited. So, there's people like try to market CPU overclocking things for the N64, but that's really stupid because it won't help in 90% of the cases. And the RCP doesn't, the RDP doesn't support shaders because it's a fixed pipeline, but it does let you do some cool stuff with the color combiner and the blender, which we'll get into in a little bit. The Reality Signal Processor is a vector processor. It can control many different things in the RDP, and you can do many other things by programming it with microcode. Your microcode, you can do graphics, audio, you can have it decompress assets, you can even get video running off of it if you want. It is not great for audio. It does 16-bit audio, but it can do 48 kilohertz stereo. And it uses fixed point numbers for best performance. I believe it also has some floating point operation stuff there, but frankly, just stick to fixed point numbers. So, putting all of that together, your hardware looks a little bit something like this. The RCP is at the center, and that's a great thing, because the RCP is the fastest running... Yeah, I really don't know what they were thinking. I mean, I get why it's at the center, because, RAM stores everything that you need for drawing, so the RCP needs to have access to it all the time. Giving DMA to it was smart, but cheaping out the clock rate on the thing was kind of leaving the rest of the system at its mercy. So, remember that 500 megabyte per second theoretical RAM peak? Yeah, with the RCP running at 60 megahertz, you're going to be lucky if you even manage half of that, especially with half of your direct memory addressing being occupied by audio processing. I mean, I'm being a little bit evil here because the N64 was incredibly tightly designed. After all, the RCP was made from scratch by Silicon Graphics for the console. But obviously, it came at a little bit of a cost to developers, especially because the RCP has absolutely no docks. So you can kind of start to see what Genyo Takeda was kind of talking about here. So the N64 uses cartridges. This was a great idea because cartridges are incredibly fast. You don't really have any loading screens like you would on the stupid PlayStation 1 N64 forever. And you can even almost stream data from it. You can fit in extra hardware on the cartridges. Usually cartridges came with 4 kilobit saves, my apologies. You can also have a real-time clock. One of the games on the N64 has a real-time clock built into the cartridge. And there's even a cartridge with a modem slot in it, so you can play online. Now, the cartridges were also a terrible, terrible idea, because cartridges are quite expensive to make, especially compared to pressing some CDs. And adding in more assets to your game will balloon the cartridge's cost. Every little megabyte was really important at the time. There's only 2 games on the Nintendo 64 that are 64 megabytes in size. Those are Conker's Bad Fur Day and Resident Evil 2. Conker's Bad Fur Day has fully voice-acted scenes, while Resident Evil 2 has full motion video, hence why they're so big. Technically, the CPU can address 250 megabytes, and recent discussions have actually figured out that it can do almost 2,000 megabytes, but this hasn't properly been physically tested, so don't take my word on that yet. But if you have with a cartridge with custom hardware on it, you can implement some sort of like bank switching thing, and well, there your memory is pretty much limited, like infinite, you know. Yeah, well, it's extra hardware, so you know. The SNES, they had like extra sound chips on some of their cartridges, which is pretty cool. And the NES too, I believe. So, you know, you're a brand new game dev, and you want to try developing for this Ultra 64 thing that Nintendo's been talking about at E3. Well, let me give you some pointers as to why you should become a Nintendo partner. Not only do you have a direct line of support with Nintendo, which also has Q&As and developer news, so you can stay updated on all the Nintendo 64 things. No, you wish. You wish. It's compatible with that Silicon Graphics Indie or Onyx, if your office happens to have one of those lying around, and you get to play around with all sorts of really fun hardware, and which is relatively cheap at the time. So let's go over them. So the official Silicon Graphics setup, as you can see over here, Silicon Graphics Indie, which was the cheaper workstation that could do N64 stuff, would be priced around $5,000 US. Then you could buy like a special board that you would fit into your SGI, and obviously a tall cartridge with a debugger on the top of it. You'd get a license for something like multi-gen, which would work on your Silicon Graphics, and in total you'd pay about $17,000, $17.5 thousand for working on N64 stuff. Later on, Nintendo did provide some PC tools, because PCs were a bit more common, and you know, everyone kind of had a PC eventually. You get a different emulator and debugger that Nintendo provides. You will need some extra hardware for developing sound stuff, so you'd have to buy the sound tools. And you can get a license for something like 3DS Max for $4,000, a bit cheaper than stuff for Silicon Graphics machines. Alternatively, some people eventually, a company called Bung released something called the Dr. V64, and you could essentially run homebrew off of it. So you could get one of those for about $450. You will need a copy of any N64 game so that you can bypass the system's lockout chip. And since we're trying to be as cheap as possible for an animation program that would work on Windows 95, I would recommend something like Animator. But, you know, nowadays, we don't need to worry about all this sort of old stuff. So in a more modern setup, you would buy a flash cart for about $200. You can get a copy of Blender for literally free. And for audio development, you can use something like OpenMPT or Anvil Studio for making MIDI stuff. So it's much easier to get into N64 development now than it was before. Speaking of SDKs, since you want to actually write software, you're gonna need some SDKs, and there's 2 main reliable options for Nintendo 64. You have libultra, which was the official Nintendo 64 development SDK made by Nintendo. You get them in discs, something a little bit like this. Nowadays you can only really get them from company liquidation auctions, or you know someone who happens to have a copy of them. They'll work on Windows 95 or XP out of the box, but you can pretty much get them running on any modern system using something like DOSBox, Wine, WSL. We have now something called the Modern SDK, which you can pretty much get the N64 stuff running out of the box without any like caveats. Alternatively, you have something like LibDragon, which is completely open source, but it unfortunately only supports 2D. This is changing very soon, though. They're making great progress on 3D microcode. It will work on pretty much any modern system, and you can even get it on something like Docker, if you prefer that. And it is much, much easier to use because LibDragon doesn't really expose much of the operating system to the developers. For flash carts, I know I've already said this, but get a damn flash cart. Like, really, yes, with USB. Like, I know it costs a little bit, but it will save you a lot of frustration. Not all of it, but some of it. I personally recommend a 64 drive. It's what I have over here. It has a USB slot, an SD card slot, and a little clicky button. Doesn't do anything. You can make it programmed to do stuff though. The 64 drive was made by someone called Marshall H. He is a great guy, and he's done a lot for the Nintendo 64 community. So I really recommend getting a 64 drive. But unfortunately, it's impossible. Because as I'm making this presentation, there have been a lot of production issues that are still being kind of resolved, so you won't be able to get a 64 drive for a little bit. The other commercial option is the EverDrive X7, although you can get a 3.0 second-handed. It has a slightly slower USB. During some of my testing, to upload a 64 megabyte ROM, it took almost an entire minute. It's not great, but it will work just as well. Alternatively, if you prefer to build a flash cart yourself, you have something like SummerCart 64, which is completely open source. I am going to shill a little bit, but I've made a multi-platform tool and library called UNF Loader. It supports all three of these flash carts that I have over here on the presentation, and it also works on both libultra and libdragon. Use it. It's probably going to be quite handy. Especially for like projects where you have many different people with different hardware. So like this, you don't need to worry about, you know, your USB code only working for a specific cartridge. And one of the main reasons you really need to get a cartridge is because you cannot trust Nintendo 64 emulators, like at all. Not even Sen64, which is like the cycle accurate emulator. Like there's not a single emulator that like emulates properly the video interface. I'm not just talking about like, oh, this pixel looks slightly off. No, I'm talking about like more of its actual quirks. Developing without a flash cart is almost impossible because, you know, if your game is running on an emulator, there's no guarantee that it will work on the actual hardware. So, you know, if your game only works on an emulator, you haven't really made a Nintendo 64 game, you've made a PC game, but with extra steps, you know. For programming, you pretty much develop mostly in C, almost entirely in C. You can use a little bit of C++, it'll seldomly used at the time because the compilers weren't great. There's one game, Today you can still use, I'll get to that in a second. There was one commercial game that I know of, I'm sure there was a few others, that used C++ for a few things. One of them was Kirby 64. Just really, if you want to use C++ nowadays, don't really rely on things like STL or, yeah, no STL. Yeah, a lot of that bloat, I'm sorry, no, you can't. You can develop stuff in assembly. It's not required nor recommended for an entire game, but you know, you can do it if you want to write some super optimized functions, especially because official support was really poor. But nowadays you have something like BAS or ARMIPS and GAS that you can use as your assemblers of choice. If you are part of the cults, you can also use Rust or Zig. Zig quite recently. People have gotten compilers for those languages working on the N64. Just don't expect much community support or many examples for that stuff. For other development tools, I know this is a bit of a like point of contention, but most of the stuff you're gonna have to DIY yourself. The official like old tools are kind of hard to find or useless without like special hardware. For both SDKs, you'll pretty much write most of your tools or rely on community-made ones. Luckily, tools have grown since I originally joined in 2018, not just thanks to me, obviously. For instance, you want to get animated models on the N64? Well, you had to write your own tool and plugin, or use Super Mario 64's code, which was recently reverse engineered. The other option was to grab something like Silicon Soft Image 3D, and I would not recommend it. It will tear your hair out. Sorry? I am not a lawyer. Well, it's still up today, the repository. The repository's still up, so, you know. Nintendo hasn't done anything about it yet. Where was I? Yeah, so you could grab a copy of something like Soft Image 3D and tear your hair out with the horrible, horrible controls. There was a lot of tools for like static models, but nothing really for animated models. But now, recently, just this month, we had 3 new tools released for Blender that allows you to have different types of animated models. One of them I released, obviously. For sound, you have things like on LibDragon, you recently got an XM player that's microcode assisted. That's pretty cool. LibUltra also has a bunch of sound tools, but they're mostly command line based, so they're not really friendly for artists who aren't like super familiar with that sort of stuff. Alternatively, you can use the official sound tools. I mean, they're powerful, but they're really annoying to use without the official hardware. You have to jump through a bunch of hoops. I intend on tackling like audio development a bit later in the future. If you ever need like anything N64 development related, just go to n64.dev. It has all of your resources there. It's community run and it's still updated. But like, don't expect to find something like Unity for N64, where you can just, you know, drag assets and compile a game. That's not gonna happen. Okay, so we got the boring stuff out of the way. Let's actually talk about making games for Nintendo 64. I mostly use LibUltra, but I have consulted a little bit with LibDragon developers, so this section should be relevant to both people. The Nintendo 64 provides a very small kernel. Everything is pretty much done by you, tailored specifically for your game. LibDragon handles a lot of the OS overhead. Heck, I mean, LibDragon doesn't even know what a thread is. But like, if you work with LibDragon, you don't need to worry about what a thread is. With LibUltra, you need to write the OS yourself. You can alternatively use Nintendo's Gnusis, which was something that they provided later on, which helps get rid of a lot of the boilerplate when you're starting your projects. Regardless of what route you decide to take, there's no harm in understanding the driving forces behind what actually makes the machine tick. So, the N64 CPU is a single-core CPU. Threading is handled entirely by you. LibUltra exposes a preemptive thread, preemptive scheduler, where threads are given priorities. They only yield to the next highest priority when they choose to do so. However, a thread can be interrupted by the hardware, and it can be switched to that thread, to another thread. Essentially, the way that it works is the CPU gives the RCP things to do, like for instance, render or frame. And the RCP does that on its own. CPU then continues doing whatever it wants. Then when the RCP finishes, it will generate an interrupt, and the CPU will then process whatever happened and give the RCP another task, and it's essentially just a back and forth like that. Threads can communicate between each other using messages. You'd probably want to have a message queue so that you can deal with stuff later if it's not super important. Threads can be paused at any time or like if you, for instance, want this thread to only run as soon as it receives a message or receives a specific interrupt or event, like if your game crashes, for instance, you can have a thread only run when that happens. There are no threads in LibDragon because LibDragon uses an asynchronous programming paradigm, but you can choose to write an interrupt handler for when like tasks finish so that you can schedule more. Though LibDragon is intending to change this with a recent PR for a kernel rewrite. So you can look forward to that. So speaking of microcode, since I've mentioned microcode a little bit, when you're making RSP tasks from the CPU, you can choose what microcode to execute. Microcode is usually linked in the ROM itself as a binary blob. There's a few options for microcode. I'll go over some of them quite briefly. You have F3DX, which is the 3D microcode of choice. Originally, the microcode was called Fast 3D, and it was written by Silicon Graphics, although it was not very good because Silicon Graphics designed it to render high-quality triangles, which is not a great idea for games. where you need to run things fast. Eventually, Nintendo wrote the F3DX series, and they replaced the Fast 3D microcode. For open source stuff, you have something called UGFX, which came out quite recently. It came out last month, but it is currently having a complete API rewrite. So, if you choose to use it now, you do need to be aware that in the future everything will be broken. There's also an unfinished but very promising looking 3D microcode, libhfx. For 2D stuff, you have S2 Dex, but I mean, you can also just use F3 Dex for your microcodes, for your 2D rendering stuff. So, you don't need to be swapping out tasks. You can just use F3 Dex for that. libdragon doesn't have any 2D microcode because it generates the commands on the CPU and it issues them directly to the RDP. Sorry. Audio. For audio, you have something like N-Audio, which was the Nintendo audio microcode, and libdragon now recently got something called the RSP mixer. I'll cover a little bit of audio a little bit later. If you're so inclined, you also have microcode for video decoding. Nintendo provided something called HVQM, but we recently got something which allows you to use H264, which is very, very good. It runs very, very well. So if you were part of there were some developers like Rare and Factor 5 that Nintendo gave them the source code for microcode and the very, very bad documentation that the source code had, and these two companies went through hell to write really good microcode to make their games look fantastic. I mean, Conquer almost looks like something that would run on the GameCube. It's very impressive how much work they put into that. Go. Yes. Someone has ported. Yes, someone has ported Bad Apple to it. Obviously, I have absolutely no experience writing microcode, but it is easier to write microcode nowadays because there's been a lot of hard work into getting an interactive RSP disassembler called R64MU. The developers at the time wish they had something as good as that. So remember how I mentioned that the N64 uses a sort of unified memory architecture? Well, you see, the RCP has really, really small registers. It only has a 4 kilobyte instruction cache. It's very, very tiny. So if you have large microcode, you need to load it into as parts. So pretty much everything will be stored in RAM. 4 megabytes sounds like it's a lot, but that space is being contested by everything, like your frame buffer and the Z buffer. And obviously, the frame buffer and Z buffer, their sizes will depend on your region. Typically, on NTSC systems, the buffers were 320 by 240, 320 by 288 if you're on PAL. It does support some other weirder resolutions if you really have to. Typically, you'd have 2 frame buffers, so they can do double buffering for your small frame rate boost. So if you do the math, that's about 300 kilobytes for 2 frame buffers. It's double that if you're using a 32-bit color depth, on top of the 150 that's being used by the Z buffer. So that's just half a meg gone like that. Though you can cheat for PAL, because the video interface, it lets you stretch the Y scale for each horizontal scanline, while still using an NTSC-sized frame buffer, but it will make your stuff look a little bit blurry on PAL, and it will make me cry a lot. RAM is made of 1 megabyte banks, so putting 2 frame buffers in different banks will improve the performance, because each time that you write or read to a bank, you have to wait for the operation to finish before the same bank can be accessed again. So the RAM interface supports multiple banks at once. That allows you to read from different banks while one is being used. Remember, you have full control of the memory layout, so alternate your data between the banks. It helps a lot. I was going to give an example of this in practice, but because we are on an emulator, it won't really matter. The idea here is that this first scene is being rendered with the frame buffers in separate banks, and then the second scene is then being rendered with the frame buffers all in the same bank, and you would see that this one would run a little bit worse. The time up there is in milliseconds. Yeah. More roughly. Yeah. So speaking of memory management, the boot code will copy the very first megabyte from ROM and it will execute it. There is absolutely no way to change this without modifying the boot code itself, which is not trivial for a bunch of reasons that I'm not going to get into here. Essentially, this means don't put your data in your code segment, or you'll very quickly surpass this limit. The cartridge is very fast, so you can load assets from it as your game is running. If you do happen to hit that 1 megabyte limit, you can apply some classic operating system techniques to work around it. So overlays, which is you essentially say this block of code occupies this position in memory, and this block of code also occupies the exact same place in memory, but only one block of code will ever be active at the time, so you can, swap them out. Alternatively, you can use something like relocatable modules, where it's the exact same thing, where you have, block of code, you get it from memory, and you just place it somewhere. But the thing about relocatable modules is that the pointers are fixed, or corrected for wherever you put it in RAM. So you're not forced to overlay it with the other code. So you can have this multiple different things running at once. Since we're talking about getting stuff from memory, you're essentially talking about a file system. The N64 doesn't force any structure for your file system, so just do whatever you want with memory. LibDragon has its own file system that you might find quite handy. Speaking of memory management, it's important to mention that the CPU, again, runs in kernel mode. So there's a bit of legwork that you need to do. The CPU usually runs in kseg0's address space. It's direct memory mapped cached, while the RCP expects the addresses that you give it to be physical addresses. So you do need to manually correct that. Because the CPU transparently caches data accesses on the onboard data cache, when you DMA stuff to, get assets from ROM, the data that's held in the data is held in the cache until the cache line is written back. Usually because a cache miss occurs, which requires the same cache line. Because they will no longer agree on the contents of the cache, you'll need to manually write back the data cache or invalidate it when you have more recent data in your physical memory. It's some extra annoying steps that the developers had to worry about at the time. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about graphics. This is when it's going to get a little dense, so give me a sec. Okay, so first and foremost, this question gets asked a lot, but no, the Nintendo 64 does not use OpenGL. Yes, the OpenGL API was written by Silicon Graphics, and at the time their machines were working with their proprietary IrisGL, but the N64 uses its own thing. We sometimes call it N64GL, not an official name. That's not saying that knowing stuff about OpenGL is useless. It is not. It will help you, especially the main concepts like matrix calculations, lighting, but there's some small differences in the details. Regardless, if you do happen to have a copy of the OpenGL Super Bible, first edition, this is a great book. You want to get resources essentially for the 1.0 iterations of OpenGL, the ones that use display lists. It's going to be quite a useful resource for you. So I just mentioned the N64 uses display lists. When graphics cards were, because the graphics cards at the time were mostly fixed function pipelines, you can dynamically create display lists as your application is running, or you can have some static pre-made display lists for static data, like your character models. The vertices aren't really going to change, so you don't need to generate those dynamically. In OpenGL, you have something called the post-transform cache, which is a small memory buffer where you put in vertices when they're being processed, but not yet rendered. The N64 has an explicitly managed version of this, with the size of the cache itself depending on which microcode you're using. The tricky part about this is that the vertices that you load need to be in contiguous order. So for instance, if you have a vertex cache size of 32, you can't selectively load vertex number 4 and then load vertex 64. You can't do that. You have to order your vertices so that they fit in blocks together. Or if you can't do that, then you need to duplicate your vertices. There's quite a few algorithms for this, like Tipsify or Forsynth, but it's relatively easy to write your own. Preventing cache misses when you're loading your vertices is relatively easy, and it's a great way to improve your performance. Though, you don't need to spend years trying to maximize the performance, because, it's going to get to a point where you're going to be fill rate limited, so it won't really matter too much. So the N64's graphics API, it provides a 10-element modeling matrix stack, like you'd kind of expect in any modern graphics API to use. The catch is that the matrix stacking is done when the RSP is processing the display list tasks themselves. So, you can't just call a matrix push operation and then reuse that matrix for something else with the CPU. You have to keep that matrix loaded in memory. Otherwise, you're gonna run into small problems. It also supports vertex colors, which are used to great extent in a lot of titles. However, be aware that you can't actually mix vertex colors and lighting, because the lighting is actually faked. It's modifying the vertex colors directly. You can, however, mix primitive colors with lighting. Just you can't mix the individual vertex colors. The largest point of contention for most people with the system is that the texture memory is tiny. It's 4 kilobytes. For reference, if you have an 8-bit color image, this is the size of the texture that you can fit in that memory. Huh? Probably cost-saving measures. You just have to ask a Silicon Graphics engineer. Yeah. This joke would have been funnier on the console because this would have looked a little bit smaller. But, For reference, this is a 32 by 32 pixel image. So if you're using MIP mapping, that's gonna get even smaller. That's gonna be half of that. There is no way to bypass this limitation because the textures need to be loaded into texture memory for the RDP to use them. The best thing that you can do is to render high quality textures is to either reduce the bit depth of the texture itself. Like for instance, this texture doesn't use any alpha, so I can forego the alpha bits completely. Or you can instead, you can even use 4-bit black and white things and then just use vertex colors to color your texture. And like that, you can almost fit a 128 by 128 texture in it. Or the other choice is to chunk your images and load them bit by bit. If you're doing this for a model, you'll need to increase the number of triangles on the model itself. So I mentioned the color combiner. This is the closest thing that you're going to have to a fragment shader. So the color combiner is essentially a very, very simple equation. It's A minus B, all of that multiplied by C, plus D. These variables you can essentially fit whatever, a few different sources. So you can fit in the texture color, the vertex color, you can fit it noise, primitive color, the ambient color, or just a 1 or a 0. The color combiner is also used for alpha, and it uses the exact same equation. The cool thing about the color combiner is that you can do it in 2 different passes. So, you can calculate a specific color in one pass, then use that the value that you calculated and use it as a variable in your second pass. This will obviously be slower since each pixel needs to now be processed twice with the color combiner. And this will even allow you to do 3 color multiplications because this formula only lets you do 2 color multiplications if you do it in a single pass. Let me demonstrate. So over here, I have everything set to 0, so we just have a black square. Or I can change D to, sorry, I didn't mean to hit that button. I can change D to instead be a 1, and now it's pure white, which is probably going to be very, very difficult to see. We can replace D instead to use the vertex color, or we can have it with the texture color. If you choose, you can replace A with the vertex color and then C with the texture color, and you can combine them, multiply them. It's a little bit hard to see over here on the projector. Sorry about that, guys. Should be fine on the stream, I hope. If you can also change A to like be noise. Noise only seems to work on A. I can't really get it to work on the other variables. I'm not sure why. And then replace C with the vertex color and D with the texel color. Whoops, I keep pressing the wrong button. And you're gonna get something that looks a little bit like this. And obviously, if you want to do something a little bit more fancy, you can mix in ambient color by doing it in a second pass. So I've replaced A with the combined result of the first pass, and then multiplied all of that by the ambient color. Okay, now we can actually go to this slide. The blender, it's essentially, it combines the colors from the color combiner, the calculated value from the color combiner, and it blends it with the ones in the frame buffer. It also does the anti-aliasing and Z-buffering. It's essentially what shades the final pixel. I didn't demonstrate this in the previous slide, but the color combiner and the blender, they kind of need to work together for the output to be correct. The blender is a pretty complex beast. It has more than one equation for calculating which pixel gets outputted, because like there's a specific formula for something like fog, if you want to use fog. And the N64 manual has like this really like big matrix that's showing like all the different like sources that you can use for the blender and what they will do. I'm not really gonna get into the blender because I think I don't want to take too much time. I only have an hour, so we're not gonna really talk about it much. Just read the manual; it will cover it a lot better than I could. Okay, so model animations. It helps to have your models animated to make your game look a little bit more interesting. But the fact that the Nintendo 64 doesn't really provide any ways to like easily do this, any built-in ways, it's a bit overwhelming for newcomers who've never had to implement something like a skinning system before. The most common used system by the games on the N64 was something that it's called we call it the sausage link system, although I'm not sure if there's an official name for this. But I doubt it's as cool as like sausage links. Essentially, remember that little model I made for the animated model? It's made of a bunch of separate segments, and they're really easy to like manipulate individually by the matrix. And it's relatively lightweight in terms of memory because you only need to store the final position, rotation, scale values for each keyframe of the animation. And you can use CPU to lerp between different frames, and like the RSP is the one that's doing all the vertex transformations. So your CPU is free to do other things. You can also have fully skinned models like you would have on a modern game. One of the best ways to do this is by storing multiple copies of your model, just transformed frame by frame, and then loading them in every frame. Remember that the DMA is relatively fast, so you can do this in real time. You can also take a hybrid approach to save in memory on your ROM by cutting the in-between frames and linearly interpolating on the CPU. This will obviously be very heavy as the number of vertices increases. So at that point, you might as well like implement a full proper skeleton system. There's no microcode for skinned models, unfortunately, but it is theoretically possible and would be a much smarter solution than doing it purely on the CPU. A relatively cool trick for skinned meshes is the fact that when you load vertices into the vertex cache, they're transformed by the current matrix that's in the stack. This means that if you're careful with how you load your vertices, you can effectively fake skinned meshes. The idea is that you load like 1 bone's worth of vertices, ensuring that you load. You'd probably want to ensure that you load the vertices that's at the tail of the bone last. Then you push the matrix for the next bone, and you load its corresponding vertices. You want to load those vertices at an offset so that you don't overwrite the previous ones. So the new vertices will be transformed, but the old ones won't be. And then you simply just need to like render an extra triangle in between these, in the connecting vertices, and here you go. Here's a faked skin thing. There aren't any tools that let you do this automatically. I did this by hand. And this method won't really work well for meshes that have UV coordinates, since getting the textures to work right on this is going to be a little bit tricky. The other caveat is that obviously this system only supports skin models with vertices of weight 1 or 0. You won't be able to have any in-between weights. Question?
Question from the audience.
Yes.
What was the main reason for making the models as sausage links? Is there like an aesthetic reason behind it?
It's like how I explained it. It's because you can just load in a chunk of the model and have the RSP like do all the vertex transformations, and freeing up the CPU to do other stuff. It was just much easier for the CPU since everything's being done by the RSP. The RSP is a vector processor. It's fast. It can do it. So, audio development. Audio development largely depends on the kind of microcode that you're using, because the N64 doesn't really have a dedicated audio chip. It's done in the RSP. It's not locked to specific waveforms like the NES was. Instead, you just have a 16-bit audio buffer somewhere in RAM that you can just, with the combined effort of the CPU and RSP, you just write waveform data into, or you can just write it directly with the CPU if you really want to. Because the PAL and NTSC N64s run at different clock rates, the audio will sound a little bit different between the two regions, so you will need to adjust the audio between those two regions. It's important that you test on both systems. It's also important that you give your audio thread as much priority as possible, otherwise you will get pops or clicks, and audio pops and clicks are much more noticeable than a dropped frame or two, and much more annoying. So it kind of helps to write a scheduler that lets you interleave audio and graphics tasks properly. Thankfully, a lot of the hard audio work has been done for you, so instead you can just use one of the provided libraries from your SDK of choice. For libultra, you have the N-Audio microcode, which was used for both the Silicon Graphics machine audio tools and the sound tools as well on the PC. The RSP is used essentially to decompress the audio, apply effects, generate music notes using MIDI from sound banks that you can provide to it. The MIDIs themselves don't really have any channel limits because in the end everything just kind of gets crushed into one buffer. So, that information would be lost anyway. LibDragon recently got a new audio microcode called RSP Mixer. I believe that's kind of like the name that they use for it. There's no official fancy name for it. It's unlike the Nintendo microcode, it's designed for XM modules and mostly for uncompressed audio samples, like WAV files. If you really don't care about your ROM size, you can just store and stream your audio uncompressed directly from the cartridge. One highly popular method for compressing is to store your sounds sped up and then slowing them down in the RSP, because sped up sounds are shorter, so obviously the file size is going to be smaller. Obviously, the harder that you the faster you make the sound, the worse it will sound. There is like so people have talked about MP3 playback. It's entirely possible. I know that Conker's Bad Fur Day, I believe, uses MP3 for its audio. When you start up the game, it has like the little library copyright stuff on it. MP3 is a bit heavier on the CPU than something like MP2, but there aren't really any public microcode for either format, so you have to make do, unfortunately. Possibly, yes, since it's also rare. They were by the same company. So, putting all that information together, you've coded your game, and you've made a terrible discovery. It runs like absolute ass. Yep, that's right. Get used to it. F-Zero-X is the only commercial game on the system that I know of that runs at a near stable 60 frames per second at all time. I've mentioned it before, but most games on the system are fill rate limited. So you can use the CPU as much as you want to, help reduce overdraw. You can clip out triangles, help out the RSP however you can, and the RDP however you can. I've also heard about people talking about overclocking the CPU, but don't do this. It's really stupid. It doesn't do it. There's no benefit in doing so because 90% of the games out there won't benefit from it. It'll potentially even mess up the timings since games are designed with the very specific timings of the CPU, and it can even like break the VI or other things. And obviously, it'll make the CPU run hotter, which isn't a great idea because the console is completely passively cooled. One of the best ways to improve your performance is to reduce texture loading. There's someone who made Mario Kart 64 run 40% times faster by simply just reducing texture loads. And by that I mean, you load in a texture and you render everything that uses that specific texture. And you won't never need to load it again. The texts that you're seeing here for this presentation, I essentially, when I have like a big list of all the different characters in memory, split into chunks that will fit into texture memory. And I do some processing on the CPU. I create a hash table where I put in all the specific letters that use a specific texture. And like that, I can just render all of the letters at once that use that specific texture. You want to do this sort of stuff as much as possible. You'll also want to optimize your drawing order. So you'll want to draw from front to back because, the pixels that are drawn from behind a triangle can be skipped early. Also an interesting tidbit, the Z buffer is atrociously slow. But not everything that you draw requires it. So you can selectively disable the Z buffer to maximize your performance. If you really want, you can even toggle anti-aliasing between frames, as in like render one frame with anti-aliasing, render another frame without it, and have it swap between the two. More obvious things, you can use culling algorithms like binary space partitioning or using level of detail models. I've mentioned it plenty before, but the CPU bus is 32 bits wide. So, if you have your data aligned to prevent cache misses, that's a great idea. And keep them in different banks. That also helps. And I know that using compiler optimization sounds a bit obvious, but Super Mario 64 shipped in debug mode. And, the performance is pretty noticeable, especially in the CPU bottlenecked areas. Also, read the manual. Really, do it. Yeah, I know it's 30 chapters long, and it's very dry, but there's so much important stuff in it.
Didn't you say there was no documentation?
Oh, that's for the RSP.
Okay.
Yeah, for the RSP and the RDP, how those things work internally, there's no documentation for that. But you do have a big thick manual of how to get stuff working, obviously, otherwise you'd be screwed. Okay, so to wrap up this presentation, I want to talk a little bit about the beginning, the future, and of Nintendo 64 homebrew development. So if anyone follows Nintendo gaming news, you might be aware that Nintendo has a notoriously crappy attitude for fan games. They've shut down lots of projects that have a lot of really hard work put into them. I'd like to put your worries to rest by mentioning the fact that Nintendo historically has never gone after homebrew games. It only acts on fan games because, you know, people are using their IPs and characters without their permission. Like I mentioned, the Super Mario 64 decompilation project, it's still up after 3 years. So, you know, because it contains no game assets in its repository. You need a copy of the game and you run it through some scripts and it will generate those assets for you. Yeah. Okay, so originally in 1997, a man by, I think it's a man, someone by the name of ActRaiser registers a little website called dextros.com to collect information about backup devices for Nintendo 64. It quickly became a place where people gathered to discuss and develop Nintendo 64 homebrew. Unfortunately, though, most of this website has been lost to time, but it can still be partially surfed through the web archive. However, in 1998, Dextros, in collaboration with Bung Enterprises, the guys who made that Dr. V64 that I mentioned before, they announced something called the Presence of Mind. It was the first Nintendo 64 demo competition. And, you know, the winners could take in some cool sponsored hardware by Bung, and every competitor even got a free t-shirt. There's a demo for Presence of Mind that's literally just called the t-shirt demo, where the demo essentially says, we couldn't make anything in time, but we heard we got a free t-shirt, so here's something. There was a second and final Presence of Mind in 1998. During this time frame, the system was pretty hot, so we saw a lot of releases, a lot of demos, intros, and homebrew, which is pretty cool. In 1999, an SGI employee leaks internal documents containing Verilog code and a lot of really juicy details called the Oman Archive. The Oman Archives. This has unfortunately tainted the N64 scene, and it's never been the same since. It's forbidden knowledge, and some emulator developers have used them. They shouldn't have. And a lot of that information has unfortunately propagated through the rest of the scene since. Eventually, though, Project 64 is released in 2001, and it rises above the rest as one of the best Nintendo 64 emulators at the time. Eventually, though, it's time for, you know, the new console generation, so the Nintendo 64 discontinued in 2002, and, you know, at this point, the interest in the system starts to fall, and it's only really kept alive by a small handful of users, mostly who are either emulator developers, hackers who are working to translate the Japanese-only games to English, or, you know, just people interested in taking the system apart and figuring it out bit by bit. The emulation scene, unfortunately, also saw quite a bit of infighting and elitism, which kind of still lingers to this day. It's a bit unfortunate. I really don't want to get into the drama. you can probably just search like Project 64 on Wikipedia, and there's a section called controversy. You know, it's always a good Wikipedia article when it has that section in it. So there was a high-level emulator soon after the Oman Archives, which had to be discontinued because, Yes, Ultra HLE. I don't know if that was the one that used part of the Oman documentation. I'm a little bit hazy in that history, unfortunately. Yes, yeah, it was very, very good for its time. So now we're seeing a bit of a renaissance. Collectors have, gotten a hold of the original development hardware and discs. We saw the Alt-lib N64 in 2008, which eventually merged with LibDragon in 2008. There was a lot of collaborative work from users to write these free and open source libraries. And of note, in 2011, Marshall H., who made my little cartridge, he released the MGC demo, which was the first N64 demo in a long time. They also managed to fully reverse engineer the CIC, which was the lockout chip on the system. And, that eventually brought the release of the 64 drive. It has something called the Ultra SIC, which is a open source SIC reimplementation that works on all sorts of SICs. There's a bunch of different SICs, and the Ultra CIC supports all of them. 6 years later, Discord happens, and the N64 Brew Discord channel is created, which I end up joining and releasing my first homebrew project in 2018. I know it feels a little bit cheeky putting one of my own projects in, a timeline of big occurrences, but there weren't really before my game, there wasn't really any properly documented N64 game. No one had really gone into such an extent to make write-ups about how to make a game step by step, and that was one of the things that I did with my project. I promise one day I will finish that documentation. I know I'm 2 years behind, but yes, it's online. Yes, obviously.
Just unfinished, right?
It's just unfinished. But yes, you can go if you search up Puro64, which is the name of the project, you will find those Google Docs. Okay. Yeah. Also worth noting. The Puro thing. Sometimes when I look at other people's open source projects, I find a little bit of Puro code in there, so it's a little bit nice, huh? It's a line or two, but I can see from the comments that it came from my ROM. So people found those samples very useful. Yes, which is pretty good. And as I mentioned, Super Mario 64 was decompiled in 2019. Well, it was decompiled before, but it went public in 2019. And this completely exploded the Super Mario hacks and N64 hacks in general. Last year, N64 Brew hosted the very first Nintendo 64 homebrew competition. We had a $1,000 prize pool. And that competition happened 20 years after the last Presence of Mind. We also created the N64 wiki, N64 Brew wiki, which now kind of serves as a hub for accurate hardware and software documentation. Yes, it's very recent. So a lot of the documentation that you can find online is wrong, and we're trying to correct that. Lots of really finicky details because like I mentioned, we thought that the CPU could only address 250 megabytes. Turns out it can potentially address more than that, but no one bothers to update this stuff. Yes, it's more for emulator. There's a little bit of everything in there. It's got the stuff for emulator developers, but it also has a few guides that I'm also helping write about software development in general. And in case you're wondering, yes, we're hosting another game jam right now, although it is unfortunately a little bit late to sign up. And this year's prize pool is instead going to charity, since we want to try something a little bit different. This chart isn't really super comprehensive, but I've tried to the best of my ability to ensure it's somewhat accurate. The numbers over here, so I programmed the laser pointer because I was expecting to have to show this on the console. Yes.
Question, is there a specific place where you collect all the homebrew releases? Is that like a portal or something?
No, we might do that with the wiki. For now, we put a GitHub repository with all the Game Jam entries from last year, and we're going to do the same thing again. There's a website called N64 Squid, where someone publishes articles about all sorts of N64 homebrew. There's a website called NES Dev that also has a big compilation of homebrew ROMs. So all of that's probably worth looking at. Yeah. So the numbers here in the Dextro's years are a little bit inflated, because I've also kind of included intros and demos. But after Dextro's, huh? Yeah, it's still homebrew. But most people, when they think about homebrew, they want to see games. So you're gonna get a lot of that. You had a lot of that in the Dextro's years, and less as time went on. And I'm also not including hacks. If we included hacks, this chart would be much, much bigger. We've had translation patches and all sorts of stuff throughout the years, and I didn't include these in the charts. It's not a super accurate chart, but it's just to get a general idea, obviously. You can see here that in 2017 we saw a small uptick of homebrew because of, probably because of N64 homebrew, but things started going a bit more public. And then you can see in 2020, it suddenly jumped up again with the Game Jam.
They were asking if it was because of the pandemic, like everybody indoors had a lot more time to hack at the N64.
It probably helped. It probably definitely helped. Okay, speaking of communities, if you like IRC, you have N64 Dev, which is at FNet. It's one of the oldest active communities. It was around during the Dextro's days, and it contains most of the old-timers and has really knowledgeable folk there. N64 Brew Discord is the kind of go-to place for homebrew development specifically. You also have Discord 64. You have IQ Brew, which is specifically for the Chinese console of the Nintendo 64. They had the Chinese version, yes.
What's the difference between the normal and the Chinese version?
I'm not sure because
It's Chinese!
Yeah, I don't own one. The idea was that because, like, gaming is super restricted in China, Nintendo had to, like, release it, like, slightly differently as not a gaming console, but as an entertainment thing instead. So, instead it's called the IQ instead of the Nintendo 64. And you also have a bunch of hacking communities for like very specific titles like Super Mario 64, Legend of Zelda, Banjo, GoldenEye, etc. And while it's not super active, if you like Reddit, you also have the N64 Homebrew subreddit. Okay, well, that's everything. Thanks for putting up with me. If you ever need to get in touch, I have a bunch of links up here in the places I've listed. My email, my GitHub, where I open source everything, including the source code for this presentation, because it is a Nintendo 64 ROM. I have a YouTube channel. I sometimes publish stuff there whenever I feel like it. And, you know, my Discord, if you ever need to get in touch directly. I'd like to give special thanks to a bunch of people. Rasky, Big Bass, Hazmat Man, Meek, Mike Ryan for proofreading, correcting me, answering questions, being helpful with putting this presentation together. There are a bunch of names that have kept the N64 community alive throughout the years. I'd spend like ages mentioning every single one, so here's a few up on the screen. Not comprehensive at all. N64 Brew has been a fantastic place that has, you know, kept me there for over 3 years. I highly recommend it, and, you know, super thank you for that. And obviously Inércia for inviting me to do this talk and giving me free food because I was doing the seminar. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Do we have time for questions?
Yeah, I'm asking on the chat if they have any. There was one asking if it's now a proper old school platform, or is it still like my console is a bit outdated sort of thing.
I'd like to point out that the PlayStation 3 at this point is considered retro. The PlayStation 3 is over 10 years old. So, you know, these systems are starting to get quite old. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's a bunch of sources that you might find useful. The manual. Read it.
Is there any effort to crack like the big black box in the middle?
Yeah. Yes. In fact, it's already been decapped.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's super complicated, so we don't have like any. Yeah. Any other questions?
Not right now. So everybody, please. There's a question. Yeah. What's the best N64 demo to watch?
Okay, so for demos, I highly recommend the MGC 2011 demo by Marshall. And another really, really cool one is called Nacho 64. It does some really cool stuff with... it has a mirror in it. Yeah.
I wonder if that was on purpose, Blackpond, that you asked that question, because Blackpond is getting this sort of nacho theme going at Inércia. So I wonder if that was related. Yeah. Curious.
Those two are really, really impressive looking, so I highly recommend those. There's probably a few others, but I'm not remembering right now from the top of my head. I would demonstrate them if we were running this presentation on my console.
Does anyone know a cheap but reliable RCA to HDMI connector? If you have one, please donate one to Boo. He desperately needs one.
I wanted to get a RetroTink. But it's $40 shipping to Portugal, and then it's 23% tax as soon as it arrives. It hurts the wallet.
We have one more question, which was highlighted here. Why did you get into doing games for the N64? What made you so interested?
I owned the console.
Was it yours or was it your parents? Because you're too young to have an N64.
Wow, rude. It was my cousins, actually. They then passed it on to my brother and I. And now it's in my hands since I do homebrew development on it.
I think that's it. We don't have anything else. Thank you so much, Prabhu. That was very interesting. Thank you so much. Big round of applause. And we'll now have a short break to prepare the next compos, which should be in like 15 minutes or something like that. So yeah, stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Alright, next compo is Scene.pt Remix Compo in 10 minutes, followed by the music compo. Stay tuned because we will be right back. Get yourself a beer, change your mask, we have free masks on the info desk. Thank you.
like ticking time bombs set to go off without warning. Our war against terror is only beginning. Is only beginning.
Alright, so we're going to do this. Scene.pt remix compo. We start about. Wait. About. Right about now. The funk, so brother, check it out now. And now we're banned on Twitch for copyright strike. No. Alright, so get yourself a beer, sit down comfortably. I mean in the hall. Querem em português, caralho? Olha. Há algum problema aí na percepção da língua portuguesa? Competição. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to remove the logo, so we don't have the. Okay, there we go. Right. So our first entry is, and don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty 2005 by PS. And it's a graphics entry. For those who don't get the reference or the joke, we're going to play the originals after the compo is finished, so that you get some kind of understanding what the hell is going on, right? Okay, next entry. It's Super Rock Will Make You Happy, also by PS. And it's another graphics entry. Let's check it out.
Totally different.
It's totally different. Yes, there is a huge difference. And we will play it afterwards so you can get it somehow, the reference. Okay. Next up, entry number 3. We have Inércia Demoparty 2005 Infinite Screen Remix by Genio, which is me. And yeah, shout outs to Evil, who's on my right side and programmed the original version almost 16 years ago. That's a very good question. We didn't test the sound of the Compo machine yet. Pera aí um bocadinho. Just give us a second, okay? So professional. Põe lá tocar. Está a funcionar. Pronto, stop e volta. Okay, so now we test it. Here we go. Hi there, welcome to Inércia Demoparty 2021. This is my contribution for the remix compo. Here we go, I hope you recognize this one. Yeah, that was Inércia Demoparty 2005 Infinite Screen Remix by myself. Sorry for any inconvenience. Okay, coming up, entry number 4. Oh, I forgot to select the slide. Number 4 is Portuguese Cock on Acid. Yes, Cock. By PS. My creative homage to the great compo winner of Inércia Demoparty 2008. And, surprise, it's a graphics entry. I must say, PS, I love your cock.
That's the best cock I ever did.
Yes, that's beautiful, beautiful cock. For those who don't get the reference, we'll show the demo afterwards if everything goes according to plan. Okay. Then, okay. This would be a very nice opportunity to tell you that Inércia Demoparty is kindly sponsored by some individuals that unfortunately are not here, but I would love to acknowledge them. It's RC55 and also Shanna. These two singers, they made this. Thank you. They made this possible, so I'm really grateful for them that they did that. So, thank you, and please give them a hand also. So I think this gives enough time for PS to prepare. Yes, okay. All right. Next entry is "Dreams of Destiny" by Nosfer. Here we go. Thank you, Nosfer. Dreams of Destiny. Next entry is Fuckings to All Portuguese Sinners of the World by Oispa Artesania Calea by Jumalalta. Fuckings to you. Thank you. And here we go. Yes. So that's a small provocation by our brothers next door from Spain. So thank you so much. We will try to make a similar demo when you organize finally a demo party in Spain. Burn! And we have another entry. Roasted Lemon Shark by Rift. Tasty shark. There we go. So nice. Roasted lemon shark by Rift. Really cool stuff. All right, next entry we get is... Oh, it's over. Give them a hand, all the participants. And we are now going to show the original demos that were referenced in this competition. I will give you PS.
First of all, fucking Cementer Tonic. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Can you switch to my screen? Yes. So for the first entries that you saw, it was referencing this demo that we did in Invitation. Mostly me and Evil here. Evil did most of the work, and Gino did the music. I don't know what Gino is talking about. I will play you the YouTube video of it, though, because I don't want to crash the Compo machine. Ninja, big ninja. Bush. The president. So this is an invitation for the Inércia Demoparty in 2005, and we had a special feature where if you press the space bar, you would have a special sample saying bass. Unfortunately, this is YouTube, so when I press space, it does this, which is not the bass sample, but you know, still pretty cool. So that's why you should play the original demo on real hardware, so you have these special features like the bass sample. Anyways, we made a joke making like that the Superboc was sponsoring the event and that Marilyn Manson would love that. So that was the reference. Some photos from 2002, when we were young, still had dreams, all that jazz. That's me without long hair. And that's Gino when he was skinny. Yeah, that was Fuzzy throwing the... So yeah, one of the more iconic invitations that we did. South side of Gaia represent. So yeah, one of the most iconic invitations that we had for Inércia 2005, which ended up being a meme on itself, so there's that. In 2008, this was the winner demo, Barcelos by Napalm Core. It's like the Portuguese popular demo. Back in the day when they didn't know that the scrolls should go up, not down. Okay, so that one Inércia Demoparty in 2008, that was the reference. Another reference that I didn't mention was at the end of this demo and a few other invitations that we did in 2005, we used to have a strobing flash.
Hello everyone, how are you doing? Welcome to another attempt at doing...
That's not right. Well, welcome everyone. Does this show the thingy flashing? No. No, that's the other one. This one? Yes, okay. So yeah, this was also very iconic. We also always had this screen at the end to make sure that we don't have any epileptic people left in the demo scene in Portugal. We apologize for that, but it was necessary to make sure that people don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. So that was the joke that Gino was referencing in his entry. The other entry that was remixed by Nosfe was Dreams of Destiny by Suburban. And you may ask yourself, but Crossbone isn't Portuguese. Yeah, but the person who did the music is called Mindwalker, and he was Portuguese. I actually met him. He was also a student at Philp. And I actually met him in person without knowing about him whatsoever. He was actually like an Amiga senior doing Amiga music. And I'm like, oh, I'm a demo senior, so am I. No, you're not. I don't know you. That's because I'm an Amiga senior. I have made dozens of demos. I never heard of you. So that was a fun conversation. So yeah, Dreams of Destiny by Suburban, which I will play, of course. The non-noise version that Nosfe remixed. Made at the end of the 90s, 98 if I'm not mistaken. So back then there was no 3D acceleration, so this is still software rendering as far as I'm aware. And it explores like the high bits per pixel that was trendy at the time using UniVBA and stuff like that. So it was pretty cutting edge at the time in terms of graphics. The effects are similar to the famous Tribes demo, and Tribes was released in 97 and this was released in 98. Tunnel, but not a tunnel. revolutionary. Some magic cards. Perfect. So next demo that was referenced was Fucking to Also Fascinators of the World, which was made by me in like 2 hours with music by Cranksky. It's for the TIC 80. It was this. I never know how to pronounce Cranksky. Cranksy. That's what I said. Junior is trying to correct me and failing. So we did this for revision, and it did not get shown because revision organizers suck ass big time. And it was like a TIC 80 demo that we did in a couple of hours. And Gabber, pretty much like what Reality 404 remixed. It didn't have the flags saying fucking to Portugal and Pastéis de Nata, but it was, just made for fun. Just in case any epileptics came back to the demo scene, just took care of it. Okay, and the reference demo that we have to show is the Lemon Shark demo that Mantratronic made a remix of. So this demo got second place at Inércia 2018, as you see here. And the reason that Mantratronic decided to remix this demo and make fun of me, my nickname is PS. My nickname used to be Psychic Symphony. So PS used to be Psychic Symphony. So he decided to make fun of that because I made a few demos making fun of him. All in good spirit, so he decided to remix this demo of mine that used Tempest's music. Tempest's music is another very meme thing in the demo scene, which was ripped by Timbaland for Nelly Furtado. And the music was originally made by this musician called Tempest, and there was this big copyright case about it in the demo scene forums, and that's why it's like a meme in the demo scene, which I reused the music for this particular demo in 2018. Contains important information about sharks and lemons and how lemons don't go with sharks that well, because it's important to keep yourself cultivated and informed about these things. So that's the last demo we have to show on this part. We will have the music compo after. Not sure if we're going to do tracked or freestyle first. We're gonna flip a coin and decide. So grab a beer, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Be back in about 5 minutes and we'll start one of the music compos. On. So music compo starting in 2 minutes. Free music. Start soon. So bathroom break, whatever you want to do, and then we'll play some music. Não reconheceste? Tinha um refrãozinho. Como é que se chamava a música em particular? Como é que se chama? Now give it to me. Espera por mescos. Estou a mandar o som para lá, não posso mandar. Mas era uma destas que eles sampleavam só uma chiptune, uma música da demo scene, só para fazer uma cena no refrão na batida. Fazer assim o barulhinho do chip a tocar do Commodore 64. E usavam esse. Já não sei qual é que é exatamente. Podes carregar ali.
Stars, stars. Do it like this, y'all, this, y'all, this, y'all. Do it like that, y'all, that, y'all, y'all. Do it like this.
All right, we're going for tracked music compo. Okay, I think we got it. So, first entry, the first compo of music is track music compo. And the first entry is Que Rico Mi Culo by Los Patmoritas. It's an Amiga mod track released at Inércia Demoparty 2021. Latin American reggaeton music by Charango Vibes. All my love to Portuguese demo scene. Have a great party. Catch me on Instagram. All right, let's go for it.
Culo. 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 Culo, qué rico mi culo, culo, qué rico mi culo, culo, qué rico mi culo, culo, culo.
I am grateful for my hips. I am grateful for my hips. Culo, culo, qué rico mi culo. Culo, qué rico mi culo, culo, culo. Qué rico mi culo, culo. Qué rico mi culo.
That was Que Rico Mi Culo by Los Pat Moritas. That's good. Next up, we have Music for Crack Trolls by Evil Accession, done with Milky Tracker. Greetings from Accession and Glance. There we go. That was Music for Crack Trolls by Evil. Next up, we have Summertime with Kimberly by 8 p.m. Let's get back to the 90s. Sunglastics, plastic girls with neon shirts, BH9, Beverly Hills 2010. The car game was an organ 2 preset, Walkman and 12-bit simple. That's how the real pop culture looked like. Oh my god, that was a long one. That was Summertime with Kim by 8 p.m. And that's next on the Inércia 2021 track music compo. We'll have Feeling Good by Dextrose. There we go. That was Feeling Good by Dextrose. Next up, we will have Tracking by Electroid. Now, one thing I must say about the next few tracks, those are seed tracks, and we will be playing using not XMPlay. We could, but we're not going to. I'm going to introduce to you, for those who don't know, a software called Resonic by Liquid Audio. And there was a system, okay, whatever that means. I'm not sure what that was. Okay.
It means Avast loves you.
Probably, yes. Sensitive data, something about something that we don't care. So this is Resonic. It's a wonderful program by Liquid Audio. Liquid is a demo scener as well, and he has made this incredible piece of software. It's great in terms of handling metadata and organizing your collection. We're going to use it just because we can actually see the wave of the seeds. There we go. That was Tracking by Electroid. In case you are wondering why are we playing in Renoise and not in any other place, is that because first from the ones that I tested, it was this plugin really worked well. Also, we didn't have a reference MP3, so we could compare the best emulators. We asked Electroid. I asked him actually twice, and yesterday today. So I mean, that's the best we can do. And Truck, if you think you can have, if you can replay it better, maybe you're very welcome to come and organize a Track Music Compo next year at Inércia. Right, next up by Electroid as well, we have Lec_DNB. There you go. That was DNB by Electroid. Give him a hand. Thank you for both your entries. Right, next up is, and I had to practice this before, let me see. Kevskas Ksushkas by WC, sorry?
I think you're pronouncing it wrong.
No.
Because it's Russian, you see, so you have to do it with a Russian accent.
Yeah, but I clearly said Kevskas Ksushkas.
No, it's Kevskas.
Ah, okay. Okay. You want to see the?
It might be Czech. Now that I think about it, someone on the chat, WC, if you're in the chat, please make sure that we are pronouncing it correctly.
Yes, I just think his cat walked on top of the keyboard when he was submitting it. Anyway, by WBC BC7. It's a ZX track. We're going to play with the Vortex tracker. Something that we should say is that this was originally submitted to the drone music compo, but it was a bit too glitchy, and we thought it would be better to it would belong better on the track music compo. So here you go.
Also, another cool thing, the original version crashed the Vortex tracker. I have no clue how they made the original file if it wasn't tracked. This one doesn't though. This one plays fine. Full screen.
All right, this was awesome. Thank you, WB, for Suskas. Acho que tens que desligar o Magnify, senão faz fodido. Estava mesmo a janela ali, caralho. Olha aqui. Oi, caralho. Está naquele lado agora. Right, so that's it for the track music compo. Thank you for watching and listening at the same time. And next up, without any further ado, we're going to move on to the freestyle music compo. Yes. And we'll start right away. Again, we're going to use the Resonic. Oops. Sorry, Liquib. We're going to use Resonic for it. And the first entry is Inércia by Dextrose. And here we go. This was the aptly named Inércia by Dextrose, who is sitting just behind me. Hi. Alright, next up we have Tragic Happiness by Synesthesia and Aldroid. Once again, Synesthesia wrote the tune and Aldroid played around with arrangement, a meeting of champions ready to coat your ears with a savory spoonful of Renoise and Icarus. Take it away. That was Tragic Happiness by Synesthesia and Aldroid. Next up, yes, give them a hand. Next up we have Nascemos de Ato de Amor Violento, 4 minutes edit by PS featuring António Boieiro. Take it away.
Nascemos num ato de amor violento. Num ato de amor violento. Saímos para a vida. Saímos para a vida. Saímos sedentos de amor e conhecimento. E assim nesta vida brotamos, aprendendo com os nossos enganos. E assim nesta vida brotamos, aprendendo com os nossos enganos. Início, no fim de uma viagem. Dizem-nos que não é mais uma passagem, não é mais uma passagem, não é mais uma passagem. É o começo de uma nova miragem, de uma nova miragem. De uma nova miragem.
All right. Yeah. 1909. Great stuff. Nascemos de ato de amor violento. By PS featuring António Boieiro. And next up, we have We Should All Be Together by Mrs. Beanbag. More is definitely more, and I will not ever cease. Many composing, very music. Wow, much notes. Made with Renoise plus free sound fonts as usual. Let's go. And that was We Should All Be Together by Mrs. Beanbag. Give a hand to Mrs. Beanbag. And next up, we have Lisbon Vice by Evil Accession, made with Exit in 2021. Greetings from the Accession and Glens, as always. Thank you. Take it away. Yeah, that was Lisbon Vice by Evil Accession. And next on the Freestyle Music Compo at Inércia 2021, we have Bird Dance by Zootime of Desire, a freestyle bird song called Bird Dance, besides other birds, featuring the engine bird, pictured Boo Boo. Okay, all right, let's do it. That was Bird Dance by The Time of Desire. Thank you for your contribution. Next, entry number 7, we have Aha by, check this PS, Cranksy.
Aha!
Refreshing. Let's go. You have experienced Aha by Cranksy. Refreshing indeed. And entry number 8 in freestyle music at Inércia Demoparty 2021 is X Attack by Saravini. Take it away. X Attack by Saravini. PS just told me actually it was a participant we had yesterday here at Inércia. He just only 13 years old, came with Lord Coxis from the Spectrum scene and made this. So yeah, it's great to see new blood in the scene. 13 years old, great stuff. All right, and that's actually it for the Freestyle Music Compo. Thank you for all the musicians, composers that made stuff for Inércia. So give them a big, big hand. So we're gonna have now a break for, get some food, get some drinks. We'll be back around 10, so it's 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. Meanwhile, enjoy. What are we going to do? We're just going to play random demos, maybe. Okay. Take care.
I've got absolutely no fucking reply. He's probably huddling with a TUC.
I mean, we have to work by the time.
Easy.
La médaille, c'est faux. Et c'est pour ça que c'est beau. La médaille, c'est faux. Et c'est pour ça que c'est beau. La médaille, c'est faux. Et c'est pour ça que c'est beau. Que c'est beau.
I mean, I'd be okay.
detriment to the city. Your very presence is a catalyst to our destruction, and I'm not talking social bullshit either. It's about to tear apart the very foundations of the place I once called home. Now it's begun. I wish I had more time. You can't stay here, lest this place become your concrete grave. Forget about me. Run. Run!
ce que tu m'aimes, parce que moi, si j'allais tenir la première, j'aurais trop peur que tu crois que c'est un jeu.
Watch those places you walk in, mind the way you talk. Watch out for the vampires who will sneak up in the dark. Watch out for the big time thief who claim say that them smart. Bring in the crack and the gun fi come mash up the youths them heart. Earth and red. A year and next you dead. Places you walk in, mind the way you talk. Watch out for the vampires who will sneak up in the dark. Watch out for the big time thief who claim say that them smart. Bring in the crack and the gun fi come mash up the youth them hard. Earth and red, then you will have see they will not see them. A year and next you dead. Whoa. Earth and red, then you will have see they will not see them. A year and next you dead. Yeah. Coming under, sneaking under man feet. A revelation time, check the signs of the time, you know feel it. From you see how the youths them you go out the street, man, you know say things now go sweet. Some man a hustle, man a shuffle and your belly there, you can't find food fit. Earth a run red, then you wanna see, they wanna see. A year and next you dead. Earth and red, then you wanna see, they wanna see. A year and next you dead. Yeah. Just make a sense, you tell them and them put down the gun. You can turn your back on the life man. These are the times we should have some fun. Give thanks to Jack as the man soon come. Don't make no sense, you tell them and them make the politics. You can turn your back on the man get sick. Mama, earth a run red. Then you wanna see, they wanna see. Here and next you dead. Yeah.
I've got absolutely no fucking reply. He's probably huddling with a TUC.
Seven 1122 to Kelly. 8300. 8362, 28 Swift vehicle, 900 North Miami Beach Boulevard, parking lot of Kmart, case number 90, please. Payment will be waived. 07 1122 to Kelly. 8300. 8362, 28 Swift vehicle, 900 North Miami Beach Boulevard.
Restless hands raking your jeans. I don't wanna know what this means. Honest words got you choking. Say you're leaving, are you joking? So move out if you have doubts. I won't stay here in this house. Your plans are all you care about. Your endless need emptied me out. All my friends ask if I'd ever go back to you. I held on so long that I became the fool. I loved you so long, but I'm never going back to you. How'd I get so lost in you? Let myself become the fool. How'd I get so lost in you? Let myself become the fool. How'd I get so lost? I played cleaning out at shows. Hide the hurt I cannot know. Text me if he's in the paper. Don't wanna know if he's okay. I'll move out, disown my doubt. I won't stay here in this house. My plans, all I care about. I'm finally free to say it. All my friends ask if I'd ever go back to you. I held on so long that I became the fool. I loved you so long, but I'm never going back to you. How'd I
Hello, 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 hello. I don't know. We will soon. We will soon. We will soon. Ah, okay. We will soon start the animation video Compo. And Genio is playing something on the YouTube without knowing. On the other screen. Yes, you are. Slogicoma Elysian, the 64 kilobyte. So, are you ready for the animation Compo? Woohoo! Well, you were slightly busy with other stuff. So, animation video Compo, entry number 1, let's go! Deploy, deploy, deploy! Entry number 1. Okay, we have to wait 30 more seconds because of some organization thing. And that will hopefully give time for Paul Falcão and Chernobyl to sit down. Was that someone at the door, or was the door being closed? Let's check. Are we ready to show the first entry? Entry number 1, Don't Forget the Tarts by Royal Belgium Baking Squadron. And you can flip the screen because it's important that we show the recipe. The recipe did not fit on the thing. This is the recipe for the tins, for the pastry, for the custard, for the syrup. Take a screenshot. This is important for what is to come. There is no sound. Why is there no sound? I don't know. 3, 2, 1.
We have butter, unsalted butter, corn flour, plain flour, caster sugar, milk, egg, a lemon, and cinnamon sticks. The first step we need to do is we need to melt some butter to coat some tins. So I'm thinking maybe 20 grams, 30 grams. That's 20, let's melt that. So let's bang it on the heat. As you can see, our butter is all now melted. So next we need some tins to put these in. We will pour, probably too much in that one, but you actually want quite a lot here to stop them sticking. It does seem like a lot of butter. These are very, very naughty, but we're not in Portugal because we forgot to go to Inércia. For the next step, we weigh out 175 grams of butter, which I've done. We have pre-prepared 2 bits of baking paper, or baking parchment. So slide that over there. We grab this butter and sort of that. And then we put this on top like this. So now, the fun bit. So, I'm not sure if you knew this. This is fun. So really, I should use a GoPro or something for this. But basically, we just hit this, like so. And we're trying to make a sheet of butter. And I can't remember the dimensions, so I'm going to have to stop and check. But yeah, it's a lot of fun because you get to be violent. All the violence has worked, and this is now quite flat. So there's about the thickness of a euro coin or so. Now this will go into the fridge. The next step is to weigh out flour. I've zeroed that, but that was 375. And then to that we need to add a pinch of salt, which I forgot from the ingredients. So you need some salt, any salt, although this seems to be smoked, but it will do. So we add a pinch of salt. Now we need the water, so make sure we zero that or tare it. 225. So we want to add. That will do. Perfect. So we add that water. To knead this, you want to make sure you have like very clean hands and wash them, and then you just want to go in and sort of combine everything together, and it will be quite wet at first, and then it will come together. Then it should like come to a sort of shaggy consistency. You don't have to knead it that much because it's going to go in the fridge and it will hydrate in the fridge. Wrap it with some cling film. You can also wrap it with something environmentally friendly. I just had cling film to hand. I should really invest in something else because it's bad for the planet. While you're waiting, about 20 minutes in the fridge, have a coffee or something, or make a demo. Next, you need to sprinkle some flour on a board or something. Then you get your sort of dough that's rested. This is rested maybe too long. That's the right consistency, so you bung that on your board. Flour it so it doesn't stick. Get a rolling pin. And then you just sort of roll it out. So I'm going to roll that out. So once that's sort of rolled out as big as you can get it, this is really as big as the board, we next need to put the butter on. Lay the butter on. Now, because this board isn't big enough really, you're meant to fold this all over and then turn it over. We have to be very careful. I'll show you what that looks like. So as you can see, we've sort of got a parcel. Now, basically what we do is we keep folding it over with a rolling pin to develop layers. And you do this several times. Can't remember how many exactly. And then once that's done, your pastry is done. So it layers the butter and the pastry together to make it sort of a bit like puff pastry, but not quite. So once we've done that, this is a bit smaller, we fold it again. So once it's folded like that, that goes in the fridge. Don't worry if some butter's poking out, that's normal. It has to cool down for about 20 minutes. After it's been in the fridge for about 20 minutes or so, take it out and then roll it to about the size of an A3 sheet or bigger. Once you are happy your dough is in a good shape, it doesn't have to be a perfect rectangle, you need to roll it lengthways. You should now be left with a log. Now we have to divide it into 3/3. So once you're happy, these aren't quite even, but it doesn't really matter. The other two, I'm going to freeze. Next thing is you need to divide them. Since we got 12, we're making 12 of these, we divide them into 12 by cutting them so they're sort of discs, and then we put them into the trays. Put them into the tin. Here's one I made earlier, and you sort of just push them to the side like so. It's very difficult to do one-handed, but eventually they fill the tin, and this is why you need lots of butter at the beginning, because these will stick. Next step is to get a saucepan. So we used this saucepan we put the butter in earlier because I don't want to make mess. We put 15 grams of butter, half a lemon peel, a cinnamon stick, and then we zero the scales, and we bung 325 Mils of milk in. While we are waiting for the butter and milk mixture to simmer, we need to do the unscientific bit, which is 1 tablespoon of flour, 2 tablespoons of flour, 3 tablespoons of flour. In the corn flour, we add 1 tablespoon and 2 tablespoons. Pour a tiny bit of the simmered milk mixture, which I've done, into a bowl, and then you want to sort of whisk that. And then once that's sort of together, we whisk that into the hot milk mixture. I've taken this off the heat now, and you see it's quite thick. So the next thing we need to do is put a pan of 345 grams of sugar, 1 cinnamon stick, and half a lemon zested in a frying pan or a shallow pan. And then we very carefully need to continue to stir this for 5 minutes while it does a caramel. Add in the water, which I've done because it's too scary, and then you sort of get a syrup now. So you add in the water, which I've done because it's too scary, and then you sort of get a syrup. Now I'm just waiting for the lumps that solidified to melt, and then that's the syrup done. Well, you carefully mix the syrup into the custard. Preheat your oven, 260 Celsius. Next thing you want to do is take 3 egg yolks while the oven is heating up and give them a really good whisk. Now we take the eggs and pour them in. Give this a good stir. These are all filled. These have had 8 minutes. I checked them after 5 and kept adding an additional minute. This oven is extremely hot, so I'll just quickly show what it looks like. These have had 2 minutes under the grill. I checked them after 2 minutes. After a minute, sorry. Let's see what they look like. I think we could go 30 seconds more. Now just put a bit of the syrup on, and that's it. Wow, they actually came out and they worked. So it's me. So yeah, nice boiling, which is amazing. The top looks amazing. These are probably still very hot, but I want to try. Oh wow, these are incredible. So that's what happens if you don't go to Inércia. 2005. You end up making Portuguese hearts. Spend an entire afternoon. Yeah, these are amazing. Have a good demo party. Sorry for not coming. We'll try again next year. Cheers, Genio and PS, and everyone involved.
Thank you, Reality 404. There's a special beer in Portugal that is made with pastel de nata in it, and I think it will be totally your cup of tea. So, you know, next year when you come here, you can taste that one. For now, you have to survive with homemade pastel de nata. Anyways, that was entry number 1. For entry number 2, we have, and don't forget to come, by Genio. I wonder what this is about.
Foi aqui que há 20 anos realizámos a primeira Inércia Demoparty. Depois de um primeiro teste no Natal anterior, em 2000, onde fizemos a cap, foi aqui no Salão de Festas da Associação Tripeira, mesmo ao lado do Estádio do Dragão, que organizámos a Inércia Demoparty em 2001. Também voltámos aqui em 2002 e fizemos também em 2005. Talvez as edições mais bem conseguidas em termos de produções. Isto traz-me à memória imensas recordações, estarmos aqui fora, do Superboc e a falar de demos. Éramos jovens, tínhamos sonhos e pensámos que poderia ser mesmo o início de uma coisa muito interessante. E foi em grande parte. Depois de muitos altos e baixos, cá estamos nós, 20 anos mais velhos, alguns de nós 20 quilos mais gordos, e não queria deixar de vir cá prestar homenagem ao número 919 que tão bem nos acolheu durante estes 20 anos, algumas vezes. E pronto, era só isto. Aproveitem a parte. It seems like yesterday 2001. My old pal Rob called me on the phone. What's up, Genio? Are you having fun? Enjoying Rotterdam or missing the sun? Shut up, old friend. You know what they say. The grass is always greener on the other side. And even though I'm loving it, really, the truth is that I miss our little town that I cannot hide. Worry not, my friend. I got your back. I have the solution for your homesickness. Be my eyewitness for the birth of a party that will put our country in the demo scene map. Come on, Rob, not again, we had this talk. There aren't enough demo sceners over here. I don't care, let's do it anyway. Even if it's just two of us having a beer. Don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. Don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. Man, you're crazy, it's a lot of work. We don't even have any experience on the field. I know, isn't it great? We can do things just how we feel. Okay, you got me, let's do this shit. But how are we gonna do it? We need some help. Don't worry, I know a guy, a dark and long one. He'll help us if we promise not to put him in the sun. What the fuck? I know, I just needed a rhyme. P.S. his white skin can get totally tan. Anyway, Rob told me, we even get a place, the same holoscape, perfectly planned. Alright, so, it seems like a plan. I come back vacations in the end of June. We bust our asses off for a month and a half. We make a demo party like a fucking giraffe. Giraffe? So it rhymes with half? Yeah. I figure. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. 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 Who would say 20 years ago that we'll still be here organizing Inércia? It seems so unreal. Maybe in 20 years' time we'll still be organizing it. Or maybe this is the last one, who knows? It has been a pleasure anyway. And I really hope that somehow this is well worth it.
Wow, I have a little tear in the corner of my eye. It's probably the beer that Genio put in top of my head.
16 years ago.
Who is holding a grudge? Anyways, next entry. Entry number 3, a demo, kind of. Genio was just saying that he doesn't remember what this is. Another shameless compo filler. Greetings to everyone at the party. Fuckings to those who forgot to come. You shouldn't forget. It's bad for your memory.
Só minuto. I am a cube, I'm rotating around and around. I'm a cube, I'm a going cube. Now I'm a different cube inside the smaller cube or inside the bigger cube. This is so nice, I love to be. And now there's something going around. It sounds like oh, it's an interference. That looks so nice. And now we go to the other part, which looks like a spaceship going around in a starfield. But the starfield moves. It seems like it's the spaceship, but it's the starfield actually that moves. You have experience a demo. Those quotes are very interesting. And now I don't know what's gonna happen.
I have difficulty commentating. I'm crying too much. So this is hard decision for this compo. Next entry, please. Yeah, I already know what's happening. So this is the end of the compo. So we have hard decisions. You either vote for Custards or you vote for Genio. You have to decide. Hard decisions on your life. I'm happy you have to vote, not me. Did the live voting open at all, or did we forget? Yes, okay. Let's go immediately to the next compo. If someone prepares, it should be the 256 byte, the Bytesize compo. Bytesize. And we do have quite a few entries, so thank you so much for everybody who participated. We appreciate all the love you sent to Inércia Demoparty this year in particular. Are you ready? So let's go. Entry number 1, Inércia Waterworm by PS for the TIC 80. I should probably put full screen first. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So that was my contribution for the 256 byte compo. Entry number 2 is... Drum roll, please. No Biabadu by Abaddon. 256 byte intro for the TIC 80. We're glad to support 20-year-old Inércia Demoparty. Happy birthday. Special greetings to PS Enough. Thank you very much, Tomcat of Abaddon. No Biabadu, for those who do not speak Portuguese by random reason, means the drunk knot. And Genio had just had an enlightenment mode. So no, it's not a dwarf, it's a knot. Okay? Got it? Okay, no Biabadu by Tomcat. Okay. Next in the compo, we have an entry, Bobblesid by Frostbite of Artline Designs, and it's for the Commodore 64. That means I will have to launch Vice and put it on. Put it. Dun, 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 dun. You can switch so people can see that I'm dragging this. So here.
This is how you sort in the Commodore 64. I think it's looping. Thank you for your participation. Bubblesid by which is because it's using bubble sort. Yeah, for those non-coders out there. Why did you say yeah? You're supposed to know this shit. You're a coder. He knows, he says. Very guiltily looking. The next entries we have is for the Atari Lynx. We don't have a Lynx here. We don't have the emulator for a Lynx. We're going to play you the video of the Atari Lynx running this 256-byte entry by 42 Bastien, Parallax Starfield of 64 plus sprites. Why not both? It's traditional at Inércia. When you don't have sound, the audience makes sound for you. Thank you, 42 Bastien. Time Warp. And next we have another entry also by 42 Bastien. It's called Amazing. Did you get this one? Did you get it?
Yes.
Amazing? It's a maze with an ing. Are we ready to show? Noodle Brain. Exit. Now exit the maze. Genio doesn't know where to start to solve the maze. Laser pointers would be very useful right now. True story. Thank you for your entry. Amazing for the Atari Lynx. Next up, entry number 6. Balls 256 by Dresden Boy. Do we have smooth balls in 256 bytes on the TIC 80 yet? Let's make some if we don't. That feels so kinky. I think I have to show the video because it has special CRT settings, so I'm gonna do that. Okay. Balls 256 by Dresden Boy. Next up, Gyro by Marquee Design. Turn up the volume. Includes custom colors, color fading, and sound in 256 bytes on the TIC 80. And you can switch because this will automatically go full screen.
So Gyro by Marquee Design. Next up, entry number 8. Entry number 8. Number 8, the large. The exaggeration. This is for the BK0011. I don't have emulator for BK0011. We don't have advanced technology emulation. So we will have to play video of exaggeration. But thank you very much to Russian contributor Adam Bazarov. Big hugs. Bazarov. Adam Bazarov. Bazarov. Only BK makes it possible. Thank you very much for your contribution. Genio, next entry. Next entry is the end of the Bytesize compo. Next up, we have 512 bytes for the TIC 80 specifically. We have a TIC 80 showdown. Yeah, entry number 1. Let's go. Deploy. Inércia 512 bytes by PS. I think I saw this one before. Did you know that the TIC 80 has a ZX Spectrum emulator built inside it? No, it doesn't really. Actually, it does not. But, you know, maybe with 512 bytes, anything could be possible. So let's try to launch the TIC 80 and see if we can find an emulator in here somewhere. Looks realistic. That happened to me all the time when I was a little kid. Entry number 1, Inércia 512 bytes by me, myself, and I. Is the live voting open? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, go vote. Entry number 2, it's called Crackle Bass by Bytesize of Brain Control. Brainless Coders. What Brain Control? Brainless Coders. And I'm wondering if he sent me, I think he sent me a video and I'm not playing with the video, and he's gonna be pissed because I'm not showing this with CRT, because everybody knows that when TIC 80 is played with CRT on, it wins. So maybe I need to find the video. Hold on a second. Hold on. Because he sent it to me. It's in here somewhere. Remote submissions. Where the hell is it? I had it. I can also just run it with --, but then I would need another version of the TIC 80. I'm not sure if the 090 version will run this properly. Best is I'm gonna run it without the CRT then. Okay. Sorry. Okay. But it's true story. Whenever it has CRT, you win. Ask Super Rogue. He will not let me lie. He won every single time. Crackle Bass, here we go. By Bytesize, 512 bytes. Okay. Crackle Bass by Pestis. Thank you so much for that submission. Next up, we have Signature by Dave84. His first production for a demo party, so please be gentle. Signature, right? Now, so we're gonna stop it. Thank you for your submission, Dave. That was nice. Entry number 4, Glory by Yobe. The king of fantasy consoles. Let's see what he has for us today. Glory. Okay, I think it's looping, so we're gonna stop it. Apologies, Yobe, if it's not looping, but it seems to us that it is. I think we have one more entry. Balls 80, 60 frames per second, 512 byte intro for Inércia Demoparty with sound effects, colors, and touching balls. Everything you need for a successful party. This was a last-minute entry, and I haven't actually seen it. I assume it's related to the other balls in 256 bytes. looping. What do you think? Do you think it's looping? It looks like it's looping. Thank you, Dresdenboy, for your submission. And that was the end of 512 byte tick 80 compo. Thank everybody who participated. I think that went quite well. So first time we had this category as a competition. I think we had a lot of cool entries. So very happy with that. Next up we have the Realtime, the main dish of any self-praising demo party. Demo compo. Are we ready to go for the first entry? So the first entry, Possession by Artline Designs, a small Halloween entry from the ALD Spooks, Commodore 64 with SID 6581. I have no clue about the settings on Vystar. I'm going to check real quick if that's the default SID or not. It's not, so yay! Yay for me! I fixed the bug before happening. Okay, shall we run the thing? Okay. 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 Spooky. Still spooky. Now? Now maybe? Maybe? Yeah, it's looping now. Thank you very much. Possession by Artline Designs for the Commodore 64. The next entry that we have is Fractured Procedure by Theron. It's a 4 kilobyte intro. I have this version that I never ran before, and I hope it doesn't completely explode the system. Shall we go? That was Fractured Procedure by Theron. I'm checking something real quick, because there used to be like an issue. When I tested the original version a couple days ago, the process was left pending. And I told Theron, and apparently he fixed it, because I don't see the process pending anymore, so it's fine. Well done. Good live real-time fixing, or live coding fixing. Next up, we have Cities of Finland by Superstand and Krankski. Time to Beer. Thanks, Krankski, for support and music. Okay. I don't remember Helsinki being this colorful, but okay. I might have been distracted. So, Cities of Finland by Super Stunday and Crankski, thank you so much for your submission. Up next, we have entry number 4, Nacho, Nacho, Nacho by the Nacho Average Hombres. We love nachos, we hope you do too. Otherwise, you're gonna not enjoy this this demo very much. Let's go. I double-clicked. Why isn't it launching? Did I not double-click? Did you not feel my clicking? Transversing through my nacho? What more do you need from me, Mr. Nacho? Maybe I misclicked? I misclicked the nacho. We tested this before. It does work. Let's try double-clicking again. Okay. Nacho. The secrets of the Aztecs finally revealed by Nacho of Nacho Average Hombres. Thank you so much for your submission. Great to have more demos for the playlists featuring food, so always good. Entry number 5, it's Dunkenstein by Slipstream. Happy Halloween from Slipstream. Hope you enjoy this dank bit of silliness from the TIC 80. I should probably launch the TIC 80 for this. Ba-dum. Okay, that was Dankenstein by Slipstream. Thank you so much for that. Very Halloween on theme. Next up, I'm getting confused slightly here. No, I'm not confused. I'm not confused any longer. Of Lines and Circles by J, Zero Shift, and Garfield. Why didn't you create a new group? You could have created a new group. We would have one more demo group active in Portugal. Exactly. So yeah, I need to launch the TIC80 for this as well. And I hope I already copied the file to here, which I did. So let's go. Okay. Of Lines and Circles by... Actually, it's Volumetric Illusions. Jai doesn't know how to submit productions to Woohoo, apparently. Volumetric Illusions presents Of Lines and Circles. I think we have one more entry. Yeah, Insides by Gaia Space Agency. Remote entry, but Portuguese. Viva Puerto Carajo! And I need to run a local server because this is made in cables, and I have the local server ran, so it should just work. Let's see. Insides by Gaia Space Agency. Viva Muerte Carajo. And that's it. That's all the compos we have for you. The real-time compo is over. Don't forget to vote. Vote, vote, vote. Voting is important. If you don't vote, a little kitten gets killed. Every time you misclick on a vote, a little kitten dies. And Nelson has 4 of them, so he's fine. But you should probably get your kitten. Anyways, in about 25 minutes we will do the prize giving. So vote, and it will close in about, I don't know, 15 minutes, something like that, or 20 minutes. We don't need that much time. We don't have to decide any prizes for anything. We don't have any prizes. So it's just saying the compos. So yeah, in about 25 minutes we will have the prize giving competition, prize giving session, whatever it's called. Meanwhile, Gino will play some random demos, I guess. Gino is not ready to play some demos, so we will have to do some tap dancing before. Hope you all enjoyed the compos. I certainly did. Thank you everybody who participated. It was awesome to have all your contributions. Tens de ir ao outro ecrã e escreveres YouTube. YouTube, dizes tudo. Quer dizer, podes tocar demos de outra maneira, se quiseres. Gino can't think of a demo. Can someone help him? Mandatory? What's a mandatory? Oh, Future Crew. Haha, they're dead.
Playboy.
Get down.
So, tell us, what do you think about this party?
Sucks. Sucks ass, big time.
Hello? Hey, who? What's up? Nothing, B. Just watching the game, having a bud. What's up with you?
Nothing. Watching the game, having a bud.
True. True.
What's up? What's up? Yo, who's that?
Yo, pick up the phone.
Hello? What's that? What's up?
Yo, where's Dookie?
Yo, Dookie. Yo.
What's that?
What's that?
Hold on. Hello?
So what's up, B?
Watching the game, having a bud.
True. True.
Down here, waiting for you to come. So come for me, take on me, touch my skin, not you, DDT. definitely double horn. Still cold in this cage. I still think this fucking song. Yeah, I'm in a place I don't belong. Calling this cage shall save my soul. He wants to be more than he is now. He's escaping. Yeah, fucking me. He wants to be more than he is now. He wants to be more than he is now. He's escaping. Yeah, I know. He wants to be more than he is now. He's escaping. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ultra Sound. And this is Dave on stage on the last break ever. Give them a fucking hand. Come on. Shout it out. Everything's gonna be fine. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you.
So this entry was played wrong because we were using the wrong version of TIC 80, and this was for the 512 bytes. So this is the Dresden Boys version. It has like some glitches on the side, so this is the how it should be shown. So be aware of that. Please correct your votes accordingly. Sorry, Dresden Boy, my fuck up. Sorry.
So, hi there. Can you see me? Is my hair fine? Like this? All right. So, welcome to the opening ceremony. Just before we announce the results of everything, I would just like, first of all, to... I said opening ceremony. Yes, welcome to Inércia Demoparty 2021. This is going to be the beginning. We have 3 days of amazing competition. No, sorry. Yeah, it's a prize giving ceremony. I would like to thank, first of all the participants this year. Please give yourself a round of applause. Thank you for coming. Obrigado por virem. Vocês são os amores. Sem vocês, nada disto faz sentido. Obrigado. Also, there are a lot of people that are not here because they had to leave or they had, I don't know, something else better to do, like dinner parties and stuff like this. Halloween parties. Halloween is a thing, apparently. So yeah, I also would like to thank big time to the organizing team sitting there behind the desks. That's Alien, that's PS, Evil. Thank you so much for all the help. Give them a hand. Also, I need to thank the Academia Dramática Familiar, the place where we are, because they have been amazing. Bia, muito obrigado por tudo. Estamos a agradecer às pessoas. Pronto. Obrigado. Bia, obrigado à Bia. Palmas à Bia. She's saying that it's an open house for the demo scene. Thank you. Also, I would like to dedicate this 20-year birthday to Rap, Data Disruptor. Man, if you're seeing this, thank you so much for turning me into a scener. And also thanks to our mentor, Paulo cada vez, aka Brain Power, aka Breakneck, wherever you are. Thanks, dude. So without further ado, let's go to results. The first compo is Shadow Royale. It was hosted on Saturday? Yesterday? So, and on 13th place we had Emma Goose, 34 points. Then Provote, 45 points. Lechuga Feliz, 56 pontos. Toted Mats, 57 points. XK, 59 points. Come on, faster. Doc Zork, 62. Tater, 63. Rimina, 64. Cosa Mentale, 65. On second place, Observer, 72 points, which means in first place,
Alcama of the Palm with 86 points. You might see some little point difference here from what we announced, because while people were voting, the live voting is still up. Unless you refresh the page, you can still change your votes on the last second before the person gets eliminated. So some people do change those votes, and that's why the end result is slightly different. It's an update that we need to do to Woohoo to be able to have more accurate live vote with extreme precision that here at Inércia we strive for. So next year, for sure, we will have this implemented. Don't take my word for it.
Thank you, PS, for this wonderful explanation. Also, congratulations to Alcama. Congratulations, mec. C'est très bon faire pour le Shadow Royal. So, next compo we have, it's going to be that other compo, well, if we're here, I would like to also say, again, Material Maker. After Paul Falcão gave an amazing seminar about Material Maker, you had 1 hour-ish to make a material and then post it. And the results are... In first place, Rocket Squid Thingy by Zero Shift. There he is. Come to the stage and get your prize. Come. Oh, shit. Fuck. So, here is your prize. Like this. Oh, okay. Yeah, give him an hand.
I thought it was a virtual.
Oh, we could. Yes. Wait. Hold this.
Okay.
Okay. Good. Give him an hand. All right. Next up, we got the results for the drone music mixed in 1 hour with beautiful landscapes. In last place was Droneable Babasist, 45 points. Then Baranimbus by Ham of Software Failure. Then Sad by Evil of Accession. Frustration as a Means of Production by Mentotronic. Trying to Breathe in Void by Nosfer. Then PS Enough with 21, 10, 16 PS. Yes. Then Cielo Romana Sema by Rimina. And first place, IST 001 Crankseat, 77 points. Congratulations! The award goes to the United States of Mexico. North Mexico. USA, I mean. Stuff. PS wants to say something?
Kransky has demanded that we send him a Superbox chair to the United States. I don't know the shipment of that, but Kransky will make it work. Genio has doubts that we'll make it work, but he'll figure it out.
It's not our chairs, it's from this place.
It doesn't have to be this one. It can be any Superbox chair.
Oh yes, can be like a regular IKEA chair with Superbox sprayed on like this. It's fine. Anyway, Cranksy, somebody has to tell your name right on the stream. Cranksy. Yeah. Next is graphics competition. And in last place, sadly, we have Zwei Puffies by Logica. 7th, Cool Gradient by Viralbox. Drone D by Zero Shifts. 5th place, Smoker by PS. 4th place, Witch by Raccoon Violet. 3rd place, Suncat Logiker. 2nd place, Happy Halloween by Emma Zingoose. And 1st place, Inércia Jack, 20th anniversary by Harvest.pt. Parabéns, rapaz! Ganhaste o primeiro prémio! E também ganhaste um problema que é... Não estás aqui. Um português que não veio nesta demo party é muito triste. Sorry for rambling in Portuguese, but those things have to be said. So yeah, congratulations, and you can pick up your prize at next year's Inércia. Okay? Right, next up, we have the photo competition, and in first place we have... in last, sorry. Luckily, no beetroot in my nachos by Senor Mali. Godverdomme. Snacks by Black Pawn. 10th place, nachos by Cranksy. Then we have joint 8th place, Entitled by Chernobyl and Bokedek by Zero Shift. 7th place by Colorful by Finish... fucking hell. Colorful Finish by... Colorful Finish Autumn by Nosfer. Why isn't there a separation between the title and the artist? You know? Anyway. Kittens by Evil of Accession. Then you have Death by Technology by Lucas Bogus. Oh, Paper Moo by Brittle. It went too fast. You went too fast. O estagiário está muito rápido. Then we have Gaia Fractalis. That's not Russian, it's actually Greek, I think. Gaia Fractals by Totmat, 85 points. Then Aparição by Grey Fox. And first place, Rio no Atago, The Dragon Pond by Luisa from Poebrain and Robbenhagen. Give Luisa a hand. I cannot read this. Okay. Congratulations. That was a beautiful photo. Shouldn't we be like showing this? No, doesn't matter. We show everything in the end. We do like a winners show. All right. Next up, we have the results of Executable Graphics. Thank you so much for these entries because we had to open another competition for this. So in last place, we had Ice Cream Mountain God by 96 points. This is going very well. In third place, Inércia by Totemat. Second place, Evoke by NR4 Team 20. Sorry, man, I forgot the track for the 4K. Sorry. And in first place, we have Caffeinate P Melon by Bit Shifters. Caffeinate by P Melon of Bit Shifters. That's what I meant. Thank you so much. It was very nice to have this compo here at Inércia. We are very proud. And I hope it's a tradition that we get like nice executable graphics at Inércia. Right. Next, we go for the results of the Scene.pt remix. All you had to do is pick a Portuguese production and then remix it, change it, destroy it, make it more beautiful, uglier. It's your call. In seventh place, Fucking to All Portuguese Sinners of the World by Ospa Artesanalia Calha of Yumalauta. Sixth place, Superbox Will Make You Happy by PS. In fifth place, Dreams of Destiny by Nosfer. Fourth place, and don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty 2005 by PS. In joint second place, we have Inércia Demoparty 2005 Invitation and Remix by Gino and Portuguese Coconut by PS. And first place, Roasted Lemon Shark by Rift. Congratulations! Wonderful effort and really a great. Imagine, like, from all the Portuguese demos that were made in the past, I don't know, 30 years, those were the ones that were picked up to make a remix. So, great. Okay, next, next competition, we have the results for the tracked music compo. Another competition that was made after we had more than 3 entries, so thank you very much for that. In last place, we have Que Rico Mi Culo by Los Patmoritas. Right. Wait, I need time for this. In sixth place, Que Feitas by WBCBSZ. 7. In fifth place, Lec DNB by Lectroid. In third place, Tracking by Lectroid. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and also Feeling Good by Dextrose. Sorry, guys. I just went on. In second place, Evil Music for Crackers by Evil of Accession, which makes the first place Summertime with Kimberly by 8BM. Great track. Wonderful. Well done. We will show this after the ceremony, which is not much of a ceremony because I'm not really a ceremoniist. Next we have results for freestyle music. Thank everybody for contributing. And in last place we have X Attack by Saravini. 7th place, Bird Dance Zoo Time by Desire. 6th place, Inertia by Dextrose. In 5th place, Aha by Cranksy. 4th place, Lisbon Vice by Evil of Accession. 3rd place, Tragic Happiness Tragic Happiness by Synesthesia and Aldroid. 2nd place, We Should All Be Together by Mrs. Beanbag, which makes 1st place. Nascemos de ato de amor violento for Minissérie by PS. Come and get your prize. I have this question. Like, I know you've won some competitions where you were the only participant, but have you ever won a music compo with 8 entries?
I don't think so. I'm a bit astonished that I won. I was just submitting something. This track is actually part of a compilation that I'm releasing, a dark ambient compilation released at my label Enough Records. That's why I have PS Enough on my name everywhere, PS from Enough Records. And we are releasing this compilation on the 8th of November, so in a week. And this was my entry for that. It was a collaboration with Antonio Boyeiro, which is a person that I know from Almada, who is like a poet, does a lot of stand-up poetry, organization stuff. And we did this collaboration track like 2-3 years ago. It was just stashed away, finally sent it to a compilation, and I decided that it would be cool to just contribute something to the compo, and I'm very happy everyone liked the track, so thank you so much.
You forgot your prize. You forgot your prize, sorry. Yeah, we've practiced this like for 3 weeks before the party. Anyway, next up we have the results for freestyle music. Thank you for oh wait, you've done it. Okay, we can do this again. In 8th place we had X Attack by Savini. Oh, it's the first fuck up, it's fine. Okay, results for animation video. This was a very tight competition. It was between Portuguese Custard and me. So I wonder which place I got. In 3rd place, Don't Forget It Arts, Roy by Royal Belgium Baking Squadron. Nice going. It was looking very lovely, reality. In 2nd place, a demo, kind of, by Genio, which is me. Which means in 1st place, and don't forget to come by Genio, I won! Yeah, well, I was a bit, actually my first idea was not to submit this to any compo, actually. I thought I'm going to make a video just to present. And then I was looking at the entry count, and it was really low. So I don't like to have like, you know, empty compos. So yeah, but it was not supposed to be like a entry. But anyway, now it is. So also that it shows on Pue. Yeah. So thank you very much. I really hope you enjoyed this. It was like really emotional for me to make it, and also because I didn't sleep much. But that's it. Next competition we have. Oh, I pick it up later. It's way too heavy for now. I'm just tired from yours, you know. So we have the results for the Bytesize Compo. And in last place, we have Amazing by 42 Bastien. I don't know. We have 7th place, Bubble Sit Frostbite of Artline Designs. 6th place, Inércia Water Warm by PS. 5th place, Time Warp by 42 Batian. Just to change language, you know. 4th place, Exaberation by Adam Bazarov. Пожалуйста. In 3rd place, No Bebadu by Abaddon. In 2nd place, we have Balls 256 by Dresden Boy, which means the 1st place of the Bytesize Compo at Inércia is Giro by Market Design. Gefeliciteerd jongen, Super Rogue. Heel goed gedaan. Nou, dit is de beat van de ceremonie wanneer ik spreek Nederlands. Dat is echt belangrijk voor mij, omdat ik denk dat wij moeten de bruggen maken tussen Portugal en Nederland. Voor mij is echt belangrijk, ja? Dus heel goed gedaan en tot volgende keer mensen van Nederland. Dankjewel. Desculpem lá, tive que falar um bocadinho para amenizar as coisas, desde que ganhamos no euro e tal. Bom, não interessa. So, next we have the 512 bytes TIC 80, which it was the 3rd and last compo we had to open because so many people were submitting, and it was an amazing compo. My jaw was completely open when I was watching this compo. Amazing. In last place, but it shouldn't be any votes for this competition. We had Signature by Dave 84. 4th place, Balls 80 by Dresden Boy. 3rd place, Inércia 512 bytes by PS. 2nd place, Glory by Job, which means the 1st place is Crackle Bass by Pesties from Brainless Coders. Wonderful, wonderful effort, amazing soundtrack, amazing effects. Like everyone else, Pesties, you have to come to Inércia to collect your prize. It's there. It's like every prize you saw here, it was like imaginary prize. This is a real prize. It's there. It's really valuable, you know. So you have to come to get it. I'm just saying, you know. I'm just saying. Right. We are almost at the end of the ceremony and the party. We have the results for the real-time competition. Now, we normally have not so many entries at Inércia. And this year, it was a bit different. We had many entries, and many good entries, and also entries that played a lot with our imagination. And then we had nachos. Like, lots of nachos. Like, what the hell were you thinking? Why so many nachos? I just don't get it. It's like a joke I'm left out. I don't understand what's the reference. I mean, is this like a reaction to the pancake the demo? Is this like what is this? I don't understand. I mean, it's crazy. Anyway. So, just kidding. Everything is fine for me. I'm in a good place. In last place, which should be no voting, everybody's a winner, whatever, it's Possession by Artline Designs. Blah, 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 blah. In 6th place, we have Fracture Procedure by Theron. In 5th place, Cities on Villain by Superstanda and Cranksy. 4th place, Of Lines in Circles by Volumetric Illusions J66 featuring Zero Shift and Garfield. Now, top 3, alright? In 3rd place, we have Dunkenstein's Slip by Slipstream. Meaning that in second place, we have Insights by Gaia Space Agency. Viva North Carac, one ticker to the win. Was second place. No, next time. And which means first place is Nacho by Average Hombres. Why? Why the nachos? No, it was really well done. It was probably one of the best demos featuring nachos that I've ever seen. Yeah, so that's it. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you everybody who participated. Thank you everybody who were here. Yeah, we're just going to make show the winners, I think, right, PS? Yeah. So yeah, have fun. Thanks, and see you soon.
Foi aqui que há 20 anos realizámos a primeira Inércia Demoparty.
Espera aí. Espera que eu vou aí.
Depois do primeiro teste do Natal anterior, em 2000, onde fizemos a camp. Foi aqui no Salão de Festas da Associação Tripeira, mesmo ao lado do Estado do Dragão, que organizámos a Inércia Demoparty de 2001.
Mas este é para estar.
Também voltámos aqui em 2002 e fizemos também em 2005. Talvez as edições mais bem conseguidas em termos de produções. Isto traz-me à memória imensas recordações, estarmos aqui fora do Superboc e a falar de demos. Éramos jovens, tínhamos sonhos e pensámos que poderia ser mesmo o início de uma coisa muito interessante. E foi em grande parte. Depois de muitos altos e baixos, cá estamos nós, 20 anos mais velhos, alguns de nós 20 quilos mais gordos, e não queria deixar de vir cá prestar homenagem ao número 919, que tão bem nos acolheu durante estes 20 anos, algumas vezes. E pronto, era só isto. Aproveitem a parte.
It seems like yesterday, 2001. My old pal Rob called me on the phone. What's up, Genie yo? Are you having fun? Enjoying Rotterdam or missing the sun? Shut up, old friend. You know what they say. The grass is always greener on the other side. And even though I'm loving it, really, the truth is that I miss our little town that I cannot hide. Worry not, my friend. I got your back. I have the solution for your homesickness. Be my eyewitness for the birth of a party that will put our country in the demo scene map. Come on, Rob, not again, we had this talk. There aren't enough demo sceners over here. I don't care, let's do it anyway. Even if it's just two of us having a beer. Don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. Don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. Man, you're crazy, it's a lot of work. We don't even have any experience on the field. I know, isn't it great? We can do things just how we feel. Okay, you got me, let's do this shit. But how are we gonna do it? We need some help. Don't worry, I know a guy, a dark and long one. He'll help us if we promise not to put him in the sun. What the fuck? I know, I just needed a rhyme. P.S.'s white skin can get totally tan. Anyway, Rob told me, we even got a place, the same holoscape, perfectly planned. Alright, so, it seems like a plan. I come back for vacations in the end of June. We bust our asses off for a month and a half. We make a demo party like a fucking giraffe. Giraffe? So it rhymes with half? Yeah. I figure. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. And don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. Don't forget to come to Inércia Demoparty. I would say 20 years ago that we'll still be here organizing Inércia. It seems so unreal. Maybe in 20 years' time we'll still be organizing it. Or maybe this is the last one, who knows? It has been a pleasure anyway. And I really hope that somehow this is well worth it.
The scene. Vai ser uploaded para o Scene.org e vai estar no YouTube. Está em todo lado.
donkeys and groove.
Nascemos num ato de amor violento. Num ato de amor violento. Saímos para a vida. Saímos para a vida. Saímos sedentos de amor e conhecimento. E assim nesta vida brotamos, aprendendo com os nossos enganos. E assim nesta vida brotamos, aprendendo com os nossos enganos. Início, no fim de uma viagem. Dizem-nos que não é mais uma passagem, não é mais uma passagem, não é mais uma passagem. É o começo de uma nova miragem, de uma nova miragem. De uma nova miragem.
drop an apple core and it turns into a woman. Then she waves her arms, tells you of the dropping litter. Now she's got some flappy wings. Is it Batman? Maybe, but she's got a cup of tea. Oh my gosh, she's dropped it. Suddenly the shot of flamenco dancer saying, come and have a go. But look how she's got a dagger and she nearly had that poor woman's eye out. All she really wanted was to show off her Christmas lanterns. Wave a massive sword at a tadpole in the sky, but it swims out of the way. Well, in that case, never mind. And there's suddenly a tree and a woman with a fan, and she flaps it up and down at a paddle in the air. But it's actually a boat, and the woman in the boat has a bloody massive scythe, the Grim Reaper in a dress. Now it cuts the screen in half. Aren't those earrings really big? Look at me, I've got a sword, now I'll point it over there. And this girl is so depressed that she set her wrist on fire, and it's going to set fire to the ribbon in her hair. But at least we're nice and warm, and I think this girl agrees. But I don't know why they're dressed as a pot plant under bull. There's a funny glowing ball, and I wonder what it is. Doesn't want to shake my hand, well I'm so offended now. And this girl is sulking too, but she's having second thoughts, and she wishes that she'd gone to the party on the sun. All the leaves, sweep them up now. Wait a minute, maybe if I smoke this one it'll make me dizzy. And I'm dancing like a dad in a disco, and the tiny wizards come to pose like off Charlie's Angels. Unconvincing guy is a girl's umbrella. Would you like to see a trick just like David Bloody Copperfield? Is it my turn now? Better spin round quickly, gonna skip right past her next go, cause she's too boring. Badly fitting wings, write a letter of complaint, but the pen runs out of ink, so she throws it like a dart. And a Viking takes a drink from a sort of violin, but some bugger drank the rest, and there's hardly any left. And the droplet is a girl with a creepy little doll, but she's got ADHD and forgot to take her pills. Now the doll has got away, and she's running for a bus, but she trips over a shoelace and falls into the sea. And it's really windy now, this umbrella's going to break, but it's really not the wind, there's a magnet over there. The Grim Reaper's back again, but this time she's got a hat, and if you don't think it suits her, she'll chop off both your legs. Something's dripping off the side, and it makes a massive splosh, and it's woken up a girl who was sleeping in the pond. Someone in a witch's hat, who is hanging like a bat, reaches over to the pond girl and makes a swirly dots.